Rustig, rustig. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first iterations.
Of many to come, but not very soon, maybe next year.
So please take a seat for those who just came in. You can drop your coat over there.
So I think there's also a lot of people joining online. Also welcome to them. We cannot see you, but welcome.
Yes. Welcome. I'm Fabian van Sluis. I'm the co-founder of Creative Coding Utrecht, CCU. And we're a platform that supports digital creativity and creative coding as artistic practice. And as such, it's an honor to collaborate with Vera to set up this great event, I would say. And before we start, I first like to thank a few funders that make this possible. Of course, the Creative Industry Fund, het Nieuwe Instituut and Pictorite, and of course our magnificent crew and the volunteers that helped us to set this up. And I think before I give the word to Vera, I first also like to say something about some research that we're doing. We're fascinated by creative coding, and creative coding as a practice, but moreover as a community that's organized itself online and then translates also the ideology to offline practices. So there's this entanglement between people, online communities, and also the tools that they use. So we are super interested to map out this creative coding ecology, and we are doing a kind of a survey that we ask you to fill out. And for those who are here, if you fill out this survey, you can get a free beer or something else.
Can you fill out like more surveys and get more free beers?
Well, I don't know.
I guess not.
I don't know how Avital.
No, just one.
Yeah.
But you know it's one, so.
We don't have a way to track it, but we trust you.
Yeah. Avital, do you want to say something more about it?
Hi. So, as Fabian said, we are working on kind of building some kind of interface, interactive interface to map creative coding communities. We're starting a bit more local in the Netherlands, but we do hope to expand to more and more places because actually there's no really reason why not to. And for that, we just want to get some data from the community itself, which is makers, people that are interested in the field, venues, events, anything that we can put inside this interface and people can explore later. Also, it can be a gateway to people that just want to get inside the creative coding, let's say, community themselves, and maybe this will be a gateway for them to kind of see where they can approach it next to them or something like that. So yeah, it will be very nice. I'm gonna be here these 2 days, around, so if somebody wants to come and talk to me about it, that will be really nice. I can share more information, but also we're gonna share the link for the survey via all the social media stuff, and also here if somebody wants the link, I will have it, and also we will have some QR codes. So yeah, thank you very much.
Brainstorm tomorrow.
Oh yes, sorry. And tomorrow, who's ever here or wants to join online, we have a brainstorm session about the interface itself because we are really building it at the moment. And any input from the community and anybody that wants to say anything about it or just see what we've done so far can come and join us in the brainstorm. I don't remember what time is it, but it's in the. Yeah, I think.
Sure, I don't know.
Yes, that's it.
No,
At 12.
Okay, thank you, Avital. Also, thanks Creative Industry Fund for making this collaboration possible.
and this collaboration.
And this collaboration.
Yeah.
So I give over the word to Vera to talk more about the program.
Yeah, so I'll keep it quite short. I just wanted to say a bit about this symposium. It's kind of something that I organized with the help of Fabian and many others. And how it started is I had the talent development grant for the Simuleringsfonds, and I really wanted to, instead of being at an event, also organize an event and also think about, okay, how do you curate that, and you know, what do I find important in that? So it was really fun to do that. And I contacted Fabian to be kind of a mentor or a coach, because I worked with him back in 2018. And then in the first meeting I was like, yeah, you know, maybe I might have actually some budget still, so I'll let you know. And then he was like, oh, we actually have a lot and we can make it a physical event. So yeah, I'm really glad that even though it's in a small form, there's also something physical here. And then, yeah, about the symposium itself. So I am a woman, and I really notice with creative coding that there is a little bit of a change, but it's still like a quite singular field. And this is something I really wanted to, well, maybe not address, but at least do differently with the symposium. So I really found it important to have a more inclusive group of people, because there are people from everywhere that work with creative coding. It's such a broad field. Yeah, and that's really something that I wanted to bring here. And I think, yeah, we managed quite well. I'm really kind of a fan of all of the speakers, so it's nice to be able to invite them. Yeah, what else is there to say? So there's kind of 4 themes within the work of the speakers, although most of them have multiple of the 2. So there's web and tools, there's machine learning, and working with machine learning in general. Then there's more world building, and then there's also education. So that's actually kind of the fields I'm interested in. So that's where it comes from. It's not necessarily the whole creative coding scene. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I want to thank everyone that helped. So definitely Fabian, the crew that is doing the audio and the video, Rosa, our moderator, Marie, who helped me with the identity that you see everywhere. Yeah, we have some people that did catering, we have some volunteers, we have actually also people that do live coding. Yeah, so it's really not, it would have not been possible alone, so I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, let's have a nice day and see what people are working on and making. Thank you.
So also from me, welcome everyone. My name is Rosa Wevers and I will be the moderator of today. I'll briefly tell you a little bit about the setup of today. So we'll start with 3 very, I think, inspiring talks. And after each talk, we'll have about 15 minutes for Q&A. And it means I will be asking some questions, but this is really also the moment for you to ask all the questions or ask for more insights that you want to get from the speaker. So if you have questions during the talk, make sure to keep them in mind. Or if you're watching online, type them in the chat in YouTube and I will address them. Or I will give you the floor to ask your questions. So we'll have three talks until 4:30. Then there will be a short break. And then we have a live coding interlude by Timo Hoogland and Saskia Vreke. And then we'll continue the afternoon program by 3 more talks, followed by Q&As. Yes, and that will get us throughout the day. Yeah, congratulations, I would say, Vera and Fabian on this wonderful program. I, of course, prepared a little bit and watched all the speakers, and I am very much looking forward myself. I think it's a very inclusive program as well, and I think we'll learn a lot today. So I hope you're as excited as I am. And I think then it is time to announce the first speaker. Is the first speaker online? Yes, already? Okay. And that is Patrik Hübner. Patrik Hübner develops creative algorithms to explore and tell novel stories at the intersection of art and design. He designs innovative solutions for brands, agencies, and cultural institutions by fusing storytelling and communication design with creative algorithms, data, human interaction, and programming. welcome. Patrik, please take the floor. Patrik, we can see you already. So if you're ready, you can start.
Cheers. Oh, crazy. I got a little bit of lag on here. All right. I will just start my talk. Okay, super cool. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Vera, and everybody else putting together this awesome event. I would have loved to be there in person. Sadly, the events you all know kind of kept me from doing that. But I hope, just to share a little bit of my story and maybe, just inspire a little bit the event that you're having today. I hope you're having a wonderful time in person or wherever you are. And again, thanks to everybody for putting this together. I know how much work it is, and it's just awesome and a great contribution to the creative coding scene. So yeah, I'm humbled to be part of it. Cool. So the dreaded words of 2021. I will share my screen to start and kick off this presentation. And I want to talk about branding with data and basically my personal perspective of how I use generative design, creative coding, whatever you call this crazy field we're all interested in. And I thought I'd start by just telling you a bit my story, really, and then just giving you a lot of examples and some things I've learned, and hopefully, just share from my unique perspective some things which might ideally help you or support you or start a cool conversation about it. I'll try to just be in this time so that we have a bit of chance to actually chat and talk about all these topics, because I'm always super excited, what your, position on all of these things is that I say. Cool. So just hello, and just a brief story about myself, because I believe it's interesting to really know who you're talking to. And because I think we all have these different backgrounds, which led us, to this path of, generative design, creative coding, etc. So mine started at a rather early age, at I don't know, I guess age 12 or 13. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell you like a whole life story. But I was super early on really interested in computers, and I was absolutely fascinated for whatever reason. Like till this day, don't really know why, of just being able to like control the computer a little bit. I mean, obviously, with QBasic and all this stuff that the DOS era had to offer, it was still very minimal things, but I was just, incredibly intrigued by what was possible, and not just gaming on this thing or just, using something, but kind of making my mark on it. And especially at that age, with 12, 13, usually people don't tend to take it that seriously. It was still interesting because it was this time where, it was still somewhat novel to program, and people, started taking me a bit more seriously than, normal for that age. Though, I mean, the downside of it is that probably everybody asks you if you, fix your printer or something. But anyway, fast forward, and I had done like a lot of other things in my life, but basically I met a friend of mine when I was studying, and he asked me if I wanted to join like this little super tiny small company of just 2 employees, because he thought my design skills and that stuff was kind of cool. And so I basically joined them, and it grew into something really big. When I left in 2017, it were 40 employees, and it was an incredible journey to be such an, I guess, integral part of forming this team, and being able to, from, somebody who just, does websites and programs a bit, to, be there in meetings, doing like huge international presentations and all kinds of stuff. And basically what we were doing is we were fusing the like branding and electronic commerce. So basically, telling stories about products that we were then selling online for initially small and then ever growing larger brands, until at some point we actually reached the international level from our small hometown here in Paderborn, which was a quite interesting journey, really. And it was cool. I did that for roughly 10 years, really, starting as a designer, and then, leading my way up to what I would probably call a creative director, and doing all this stuff. But at some point, I also got like a little bit bored of it. Like in the back of my head, I felt like, okay, you can't just do that for the rest of your life. And fate struck, and I met this wonderful young man who is going to be talking just after me, Tim Rodenbröker, and he just came back from studying communications design in Münster, which isn't too far from here, and I don't know, we just started chatting over some random stuff, and at some point he introduced me to something which quite literally, I believe, changed my life, and that is the incredible world of generative design. And because he had looked into like applying that possibly as something for his bachelor's thesis, and he had just seen some people use it in the creative scene in Münster. And I don't know, I got this book, and we talked about it, and I was like absolutely blown away because it just offered this world where the things I had been doing, like design, communications design, and programming, became something that was much more than just the stuff I had been doing before. I had used obviously algorithms in finding decisions, A/B tests and all that kind of stuff that you do in electronic commerce to have like algorithms make little decisions here and there, but I hadn't heard of this world before. And the cool thing that happened next was really, sounds like this weird clickbait title, but is that he invited me to kind of join his creative efforts of, making electronic live music, which he was doing at that time. And because he had seen some people do similar things in that space, kind of like asked me if I wanted to create like visuals for it. And we realized that actually making it something that is audio-reactive in real time, that happened in that very moment where he was playing the music, was something that, just had this huge potential. And we got to tour a little bit. It was super cool. We played some awesome venues, which I never thought, we'd be able to do. And at some point we were joined by a cool drummer, Stefan Schneider. And there was an incredible time to actually apply the, just experiments in this field of generative design, creative coding to something which was continuously pushing me to just, get a bit better and have people actually see it in pubs and clubs and all that kind of stuff. Sadly, good video recordings of that are rather rare. So I brought one I actually did with Stefan Schneider and Arthur Adam, and just to give you just a brief idea of the kind of stuff I was doing at that point. Adam is also, I think, a rather famous Dutch ex-pop musician. I think he's doing very cool other stuff now. But just, if you're interested, look the guys up. They do great stuff. So that was a fun time, and we were just having fun with it. And it was all, artsy and parties and, drinks and stuff. I was kind of innocent at that time. And during the same time, Tim and I kind of decided to rent like this small cabin in the woods to look at all of these things a bit more in depth, because we're so intrigued by it, and we saw like in our heads so much potential without actually being able to like put our fingers on it, what exactly it was that we were seeing here. And so we did a lot of just researching, playing around. The cool thing about this cabin in the woods was that it didn't have any internet, we didn't have a cell phone connection. So basically we just, had each other, to hang out and talk about this stuff, a couple of good Heinekens, and it was the basis for a lot of the stuff I still use as creative fundamentals to this date. And I have another talk, if you're interested, at the bottom right, you see my website, go look it up, where I talk more about the things I actually learned there, how I apply them on an everyday basis. I want to keep this a bit more, a bit more loose. So if you're really interested in the actual creative strategies, again, I have another talk, actually the one where I met Vera at the Dutch Design Week is a good one to check out. Anyway, so what we did, we started to just put our weird stuff on Tumblr, which was like this awesome, social network at the time where there was just so much creativity in the space going on. And so what we did was we kind of limited ourselves to certain aspects of what we were trying to explore. And most of it was, using a square size to create animated loops within a certain size, which formed this daily habit, which you just heard Saskia Freke is going to do some live coding later. I think she's the queen of, this daily habit of just creating something small, iterating and getting better at it every time, every day. And that was something that really pushed me forward and really exposed me to like huge amounts of stuff I didn't think I was going to be able to do. So it started really simple, just creating these little loops here. And so I started being interested more in, animation sequences and shapes and stuff on how to actually get a grasp on how to build stuff. And, at some point, I don't know, not great typography, but it was more about, okay, cool, like there's particles and objects and, how do I morph things? How do I take vectors and turn them into something that I can use for something else? So it became more complex. I had more, bigger questions, I guess, at, what was possible at with this thing. And I discovered this crazy field of physics and objects and just playing around with, just shapes and seeing what happens, this idea of autonomous systems that, become more than just the sum of its parts in some way was incredibly interesting to me. And as you can see, I was always interested in combining with simple shapes or, letters or like, I don't know, little stories of something breaking, I don't know. And I guess the final phase that I got into was then really trying to ask myself, okay, so cool, I know a lot about the technology here, but, how do I use it to actually reach people in some way? Can I use it in some way to, I don't know, create an emotional reaction, to tell a story, to, I don't know, go beyond just playing with the technology itself. And I did a lot of experiments with like the face and all things that you should probably not necessarily touch with code because crazy stuff happens. But that was just an interesting phase to explore and check out. And actually, it ended up being probably 200, 300, 400 things. So if you're interested in that, I keep this like little idea section where to this day I kind of, I don't know, just put little experiments and things that are just cool to explore and check out. Some of them quite elaborate, with Kinect motion tracking and particle systems in the physical space, some really simple stuff. Anyway, that's kind of like what led me to kind of where I am today, because at some point I made this really important discovery while just playing with it and not thinking about how I could actually apply it to my like everyday life as a communications designer or creative director. And so kind of what I found is that in generative design, again, take that as a placeholder for creative coding, parametric design, however you want to call that, that in this field, the designer's role changes to someone who's setting the rules, defining the goals, and curating the results. Might seem, I don't know, depending on where you stand, quite obvious or a bit convoluted, but it is something that for me made a huge difference because before I was working in a totally different mindset. So what that means in a way is that I believe that our roles as creatives shift from being an artisan, so somebody who actually just with their physical hands creates something and then takes the next thing and continues that process, more to someone who's a conductor, to someone who kind of defines the rules, again, as I said, who curates what's happening and who kind of orchestrates all these little machineries and all these little things, which in the end leads to more flexible and system-driven approaches of design and how you actually see and work in this field. And one other really important discovery that, again, these are my personal discoveries, which, probably a lot of other people may have had, and, stumbling upon this, but for me, that all just felt so incredibly revolutionary, and it still does, by the way, is that I believe that you can make the computer really a creative partner in the creative process in this field. So instead of just, using Photoshop or any other software, which is kind of, just this dumb executioner, is that a word? That's a bad word, which just executes whatever you do, you can actually make the computer, a part of the creative process. You can turn it into something that starts to co-create with you in a, I believe, even sometimes radically new way. And, to something, to a machine or to a partner that can really contribute to the creative process in new and oftentimes unprecedented ways. So that is really the field which I am so grateful to have found, because I think the possibilities in this space are actually almost infinite. And in the background, just this grayed out little thing you can see here is a mind map that Tim and I put together when exploring this. This one's rather old, but it stands still as this kind of reminder that, there's like so many things that you can do with creative coding, from, what you take in to tell a story with it, to what you actually make out of it. So it doesn't have to stay in the digital world. It can totally manifest in physical forms and all around you, really. Again, This is something where I talk in more detail how to actually use that mind map and apply everything on my website, on the blog. So check it out if you're interested. And obviously, definitely listen to Tim's talk, because I think he's also going to go into more detail into the whole thing. So yeah, that's kind of like the setup to some of the things I want to really talk to you about and share with you. So because at that point, I kind of started to embark on a journey to fuse, my skills that I had learned in creative coding with, the stuff I had been doing as a communications designer for almost 10 years. And it was a crazy journey, which luckily hasn't stopped yet, which connected me with some of the biggest brands, some of the biggest agencies, put me on some crazy large stages, which I really miss doing. I won some crazy awards I never thought I'd get, as a designer from Paderborn. And I always want to stress out at this point that I don't show this to like brag, but really just to give you an idea of what's possible if you really explore this space, because there's still this huge space of potential for you and whoever is sitting there listening to me to really make your mark in this field. And I think some of these logos and crazy names I can flaunt around just show that people are really interested in this field, and that is something which becomes more and more interesting to the mainstream, which is going out of its pure niche, and that people are really, really interested in. So here's just a little small video trailer of some of the work I've done, if you haven't seen my work already, and then I show you some of the things that I really want to share with you. So here's a little cool showreel video. Small impression of the kind of stuff I do nowadays. It's like this, mixture of art projects, interactive systems, branding cases, and kind of everything that taps into data and human interactions to just, find new ways of really, ideally reaching people and maybe telling new stories. So anyway, let's talk about branding with data, which, is also a course or the name of an upcoming course I'm going to be working on. So I kind of, am using this as a shameless test to see some of the hypotheses I have that I want to dive into deeper. So again, what I want to do in the couple of minutes I have left on this talk is just share with you 7 things that I've learned in the past probably 7 years, which kind of matches in this case, and also obviously talk about this and see what your perspective on that is. So the first thing I want to say, and it's a bold statement, but I really believe in it, is that technology for technology's sake is meaningless. What I mean by that is that I see a lot of people kind of starting out in this creative coding world and then totally forgetting what it's really about, and just kind of getting lost in the infinite technical possibilities of it, and just playing with it, but then they kind of never go the next step, which again, is just my personal opinion, but I believe like if you have that skill, if you have the potential to actually use it, then don't just do it for the computer, do it for other people, because in the end, it is always about people. I think that's one of the most important things I can always stress in any capacity, is that without people, there's no design, there's no communication, there is no actual meaning. So that is something which I think a lot of people, again, just kind of keep forgetting that it's really about reaching people in emotional ways, telling them stories, understanding, you know, what they're interested in or what they're afraid of, whatever the thing is that you are trying to do. And I found this incredibly great quote in the book by John Maeda, How to Speak Machine, which I recently just read. And I think it's a great way to say, like, a technologist, you know, is kind of this mindset of I do because I can, but humanist thinks I do because I care. And that is a huge difference. That, again, is my just personal opinion, but which I try to put on through this technical field, because there's so many people just, you know, getting lost in the potential of just, you know, crunching numbers and generating infinite results. I think you should always ask yourself, you know, who you're doing this for, and you should show a bit of empathy and care. And one of the things which is absolutely my personal way of working with this nowadays is that I believe the important thing that you can do with this is to really tell stories and to reach people in different ways. And I have a case that I want to show you now, which is already, I guess, almost 4 years old, but it's one of those cases that kind of stick with you just because it's such a simple story, and I still believe it's one that's relevant today. So I'm just going to roll the video and then just, you know, share a bit about the whole thing. So as you recall, I was talking about stories, and I think this is a really cool story because I created this project together with agency Landau Hamburg, and they were kind of approached by this vineyard in Hamburg, you know, to kind of help them out because they were afraid of the fact that, you know, nobody would take them seriously. If you think of wine, usually it's about you know, in your head about sun, about all these awesome vineyards in Spain and France. And they were afraid, you know, just to be shoved into like the darkest corner and all these exhibitions and events, because nobody would care about a wine from Hamburg. So kind of, you know, what we did here was to kind of turn that problem around and make that into a strength and kind of start to ask the question, what is a wine? And without you know, whether actually there is no product that is wine, because, you know, the different facets of the weather, the rain, the sun, the temperature, they actually shape each unique vintage of a wine. And so we turned that into this story of, making that into something which is kind of embossed or printed on each bottle of each vintage, kind of showing you both the general like data sets or that we collected over the year, and then showing you this kind of abstract, painting, which is also some sort of infographic, I guess, where it's darker and, you see the stronger lines. This is where it was cold and very windy and rainy. And then you see all these little things telling like a story of what was happening here. And which isn't super important yet for the kind of point I'm making, but, it was something that was running both or is still running in real time and can be used like as this asset to print like all these posters and all that kind of stuff. And it was even used for social media graphics and all the kind of things. But what I think is really important to point out here, I was using the sometimes a bit overused, visual style of particles, but we're connecting it with a story that really intrigued people. And a lot of people started asking like, okay, so what does it actually taste like? And that was something that I think just showed the potential of, how you can use storytelling in something like this. And so, yeah. Oh, sorry, I got this thing that Tim wants to enter the event, and I have lost my mouse cursor and I can't press anything, which totally sucks. Let me allow Tim to enter. Okay, cool. Sorry. Technical hip hop. Anyway, I'm hopefully back. Yes. All right, cool. So I want to share with you just a couple of other things. Like, I believe that searching for essence, as I showed with this wine case, right, without the weather, there's no wine, is something that is really underpinning my work, and which I'm extremely interested in as a designer who's very interested in people's lives. And there's just another case I want to show you, which hopefully illustrates that point of searching for essence and how they can be used.
A living, breathing thing. So I see the pause and I'm like super chuffed because I'm like, on the go, you can tell this is what matters. Perceived in the audience afterwards, they were all going on their phones, checking out the palettes and participating in it. So I think it went really well.
So the short story here is that I was approached by Landor London in this case, and they had the Women and Leaders Global Forum event, which was initiated by women and political leaders, which is basically trying to push the diversity and just outreach of the female community in power and politics. And there was this first ever event in Reykjavik taking place where they were tasked with creating the key visual for. And so basically, we worked on this idea of basically finding a key visual which is data reactive and happening in real time. And because I'm talking about essence, the thing was, what is the essence of this actual event? And it's about all the women out there who don't have a voice yet and are underrepresented. So what we did is we tapped into Twitter, and I created this kind of machine learning algorithm which is able to analyze if a tweet is positive or negative. And we kind of started listening in on conversations around women in community, women in power, women in progress. And we were started to listening to if these conversations are good or bad, and if there's many or few happening. What we did is we printed those things out, obviously, but we also put it on various locations where people started to talk and kind of showing it in real time. So as conversations about women in power started to dip into more negative conversations, people could actually see this happening. And why I believe it's so important, when talking about essence, is that we could have done a lot of things, but we tried to focus on, what this event really was all about. And it was, in the end, as I said, these women and these conversations out there, bringing that to those global leaders and politicians who make decisions on behalf of everybody else, was something where we felt we could actually transport these stories to them and actually make them just take note of all of these things. So I'm seeing, just got a couple of minutes left. So I just want to point out a couple more things. Maybe I'm not going to show every video here to not get in the way with the following lineup, but one thing that is also really interesting, which ties into something which I've already shown, and maybe the case before, is that two-way communication is something that starts to change everything in design, because we're not just creating things and putting them out for people to consume, and then there's no, really channel back. But nowadays, really, we can actually have people be part of the story. We can have them influence things. I'm just going to briefly show this. It's also a rather old case, but something where you can basically type in any word and use data from Wikipedia to create your own sneaker. So I'm just going to briefly play it just to give you an idea of it. Kind of idea. You can actually create your own posters with it, and it's super cool. Check it out on wiki-footwear.com. But it's something where I feel like this is like a very simple example of obviously much more complex things they can do, but where actually people start to co-create with you as a designer or as a creative person. And I think a quote from the wonderful book Designer Storytelling by Ellen Lupton is that today almost every service is also an experience, and that is something that you can really bring to people, not just consume things, but be part of the story, be part of the narrative, kind of tying everything else you've seen before come together. Two more things I want to share. I think it's really important to note that in this field, we can really build our own tools. So we're not just limited to using Photoshop, Cinema 4D, and Illustrator, but we can do the kind of things that we really want to do. And I'm also just going to briefly run this case I did for Creative Coding Utrecht and the wonderful people who are doing these super cool creative coding events, where we kind of built this small little tool for them to create basically unlimited numbers of just posters and advertising material for the first Art Machines event. Just a sneak peek at it. So basically, it's a small tool, and the story was really about just taking the images of everybody who was contributing to this and kind of turn them into just varied graphics and save the date things. We plastered that all over Utrecht and kind of advertised the thing, and it was used on these out-of-home things. And what was really cool, we even used it to create 250 unique bottles of ale machines. It's a very limited edition by the fine folks of the House of Pint. Which was really cool to see. So what I want to just quickly stress here is that kind of heard this cool quote, like when you want a new world, you need new words. And if I flip that around a little bit for, what I'm trying to tell you here is that I believe those words, those tools are something that creative coding really allows you to free from. So basically by using creative coding, you can find your own words, your own tools, your own ways of expressing whatever idea you have and bring that to the people and to your clients, to your friends, to whoever, which is, I think, an amazing superpower to have in this case. And I think almost fittingly perfect for the time, I'm almost done here, is the final thing I want to stress, which is embrace scalability, and just a short, unique, short video to make my points. core idea in this case was that I created this tool for a wine brand from Australia who wanted to tell the story of each unique label being a different one. I just kind of show that because the final things I want to really show you and say to you is that as algorithms start to carry out the duplication of our creative models, it is really interesting to see how that makes our ideas become more scalable. And that has a lot of implications. That could be a talk in itself. One thing I want to maybe give you as a very specific or concrete answer to why that is relevant, that as a designer, as an artist, as whoever you are, you can actually grow past just this tired old formula of just use X amount of your life to kind of earn Y amount of money. So basically, by making things scalable, you kind of get to do business in a different way and to just make a different life. So if you want to learn more, Tim and I, who's going to be speaking shortly, started this hopefully cool podcast called Two Perspectives, where we talk about all the ideas and things that we found in this space. It's not about learning how to code, but it's more about how to think in this space. So I invite you very much to check that out. And as I mentioned, I am going to be starting this course called Branding with Data in the next year, where I just really want to show and share more of the things that I've learned in this space and just try to reach as many people as possible because I'm just so incredibly fascinated by the potential of what can be done in this space. And if you're interested, check out that website. There's this little sign-up form, and I will send you a friendly note that you can be the first ones to actually check it out. Cool. Thank you so much for listening. That was a bit rushed at the end. I usually tend to pack in way too much stuff because I want to tell you all about it. But yeah, thanks a lot. I hope you have a lot of questions for me because we have a couple of minutes left, and I'll stop sharing my screen and hopefully you're all still there. There's at least Tim. Hey, man. Cool. I think we have a bit of a time delay here, actually. So let's see when my talk is actually over.
Thank you so much for that, for sharing your journey with us, Patrik, and sharing your view on generative design and branding as well. I'm starting to suspect that you have a very impressive wine collection as well, after all the videos that we saw. Perfect. Yeah, we were just setting up the YouTube questions. I would like to start maybe with a more general question, because you work so much with generative design.
You're very, you're not very loud. Could you maybe, I don't know, I can hardly hear you actually.
Maybe if I try in this one, can you hear me better now?
Not that much actually.
Yeah, has anything changed yet or here? Yeah. Patrik, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
I manage.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to start by asking a question on your use of generative design, and also how has this influenced how you look at creativity?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, I think it has fundamentally changed and shifted around my view of creativity, because again, it's something where I just started to realize the potential of not just, I don't know, creating static one-off things, but really creating systems which start to take on a life of themselves, and also something where those people that I want to reach, both, on my more free artistic projects and those more commercial ones, where they become more part of the story. And that is something which I think is incredibly interesting to witness and to see. And the other thing which is really, really important for me here is that data in different forms becomes more of a driving factor for all of these flexible systems. So basically, I am kind of creating this little machine which can then continue living on by itself because it's being fed different data. So it all comes back to that core story of making music and visuals with Tim, which was this kind of starting point for me, where I realized I create something, but as Tim plays his instrument, that changes and becomes something that I was not entirely able to predict, or at least only am partially able to control. So this is just a kind of expression of design, of flexible system-driven design, which I think is incredibly interesting. So yeah, it has changed almost everything for me. And I think those cases that I showed today kind of hopefully show a little bit the different facets of where at least I take it, again, just from my own perspective. And I think there's like so many incredible, talented people out there who can take it even further, which also already pointing at Tim, I'm always super happy and proud to see him push that to everybody, because I think it's definitely a skill people need to have and which changes so much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions right now in the room here for Patrik? Then please raise your hand so I can see it clearly. For the
Don't be
people,
shy.
for the people watching online, you can type the questions in the chat. I have it here with me, so feel free to do so. No questions yet, then no. Then I would like to ask you more, because Patrik, you combine work in the cultural sector, but also more commercial work. How do you manage to combine these different contexts, and how did you find your way in navigating that?
I think by just fundamentally being interested in the different topics. And again, I believe one of the key ingredients of being a designer is having a certain level of empathy and being just really interested in, both what you're trying to design and also who you are designing that for. So it's actually the key reason why I got into design in the first place, because I'm just so interested in all these different stories and also perspectives that you can have on this world. And I think that really is just a very simple tip. Just be really interested in, and you will start to see what you're actually trying to sell or communicate or design, and how you have to do that to reach those people. For me personally, one of the reasons I got into also the commercial world of things is that I'm very interested in bringing this mindset to people who have not been exposed to this kind of work before. So basically, I challenge myself by not just talking to an audience that has already seen generative design work and has already been exposed to some of these things, but for people who usually don't really care about me as a designer or all the other stuff, but who just got a hook in that moment. I think that's cool challenge to give for yourself, but again, just my personal opinion. So yeah, long answer to just try to listen, ask super many questions, be totally open, and I think those ideas will come by themselves, especially again if you have a creative strategy in the background, which Tim and I have developed over the years, again, which we also share in the Two Perspective podcast and on my website, on the blog and everything else. So again, I don't want to advertise that stuff, it's all free really, but it's just something that really helps you to find those things that you then really build and go create.
Thanks so much. I see some questions coming up in the online chat. One by, is this mic working as well? Okay. One by Roland van Dierendonk, who is asking, what are strategies that you thought of in the cabin still, and that you are still using this day in your work?
Sorry, that was really, could you just repeat that question?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a bit too...
Okay, so Roland van Dierendonk is asking, what are some of the strategies that you already thought of or designed in your time in the cabin, far away, without phone connection, that you are still using today?
So, I mean, there's two core strategies. The first one is, this input-output model, basically being a placeholder for how you connect various data sources to forms of output. I mean, that is really underlying my entire field of work. And again, if you go to my website on the method section or on the blog, I really outline that in detail. I think it's one of the most powerful ways of, for me at least, working with creative algorithms and generative design, just because it gives you a certain path. And the second strategy is one that Tim brought into my life also, is to kind of limit yourself in a space where basically everything is possible. Using limitation as a driving force, as a driving factor to find good ideas is a very, very powerful tool. And I believe Tim is going to give also a workshop on that idea of the magic triangle. So I think these two very simple things actually are the most powerful ones, apart from those, I guess 7 things I've learned, I shared, but really kind of look what is there, really dive into the essence and look at what data that is and how you can turn that into any form of physical or digital manifestation using interesting means. And again, limit yourself to certain ideas and just try to explore the space before you move on, just because that really enables you to find things which just haven't been done before.
Thanks already for that great advice as well. And I see a question by Square of Pens asking, what are the tools that you currently use? Could you explain a bit more about that?
So I guess the question was what tools I use.
Yes,
so
yeah.
I started out with processing, which also I think just turned 25, which is, I think, a wonderful tool to get started in this field. It takes away all the complications and really just has this idea of the sketchbook processing is a wonderful thing, I think, more relevant than ever today. I did, however, shift towards the web for almost all of my projects because it has a few distinct advantages to bring this to the web once you've been in this processing world, just because you don't have to install apps. It just runs in a web browser. Basically, all my large-scale artworks, 2 commercial projects, which actually generate high-resolution print files and videos, they're all web-based tools. And I primarily use JavaScript. I do not use P5.js just because JavaScript for me is just easier to handle in the vanilla way. And for almost all of my 3D work, I use WebGL and I use the wonderful 3JS library, which is just incredibly powerful at abstracting away all the complexities. Apart from that, it's basically all just web-based tools, Webpack, Vue.js, the kind of usual casual players in that field. So using the browser as a creative medium is something really incredibly interesting and something where I see that you can take it to everybody, to anybody on the planet, at least who has an internet connection and a somewhat decent device. That's why I'm super interested in this. And it can actually transcend all these also physical borders if you put it on out of home, POS materials, if you print it, etc. But it's all nowadays browser-based. I hope that helps with it.
Thank you. I see some more questions in the chat, but perhaps there's also anyone in the room who wants to ask something. Now is your chance. All right, then I'm turning to the online chats. Divya is asking, where could someone start off working in creative coding as someone who has studied pure mathematics and doesn't have a background in graphic design, for example?
Well, I guess there's just the answer of go to Tim's website and he's definitely going to help you out. Nah, it's cool because, I mean, indeed, that's also what I meant by this first point. Don't just focus on the technology because that is something that quickly happens. Studying design is something that takes a while. It doesn't necessarily have to be something you do in university. That might help, but I just started recently studying myself again because I was never officially taught in that capacity. So I guess just really be interested in the people around you and all those stories. And then kind of, indeed, I have to point towards Tim because he specifically has a course on how to get started with creative coding, but from a perspective of a designer. And I think it's really cool that he really limits it to the most, initially at least, most simple shapes and things so that you don't get lost, but start to just work in that field. So that's definitely great. Apart from that, The Coding Train by Daniel Schiffman is probably something everybody knows, though as much as I love him, he's usually more on the technical side of things. And then it says, and now make it pretty. So again, that's something I would probably check out. And then there's just cool agencies out there, Field.io, maybe check out Feld from Berlin. Check out the work by Vera van der Seyp. There's so many awesome artists already in that space. And I think one final thing I would say is, embrace the community, really, because I feel like everybody in this space is super welcoming, super nice. Everybody loves to share. These are the ones I have encountered. So don't be afraid to also maybe just reach out and see, if you have a couple of good questions and if those people can help you. I think everybody is just, incredibly welcoming because we all come from these different backgrounds and we all started not necessarily knowing, how to move in that space. So just go for it.
Thank you so much, Patrik, for sharing some wonderful insights with us. Unfortunately, I already need to move on. So thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. And
thanks for having me. Have a great time. Please, it is my birthday today, so I hope that everybody in the audience has at least one.
Congratulations
cool
from
us
all.
Vera is paying. Not kidding. But take care. Super nice being around. Next year, hopefully, if you do it again, I'll be there in person, either in this capacity or another one. Yeah, wonderful time and continue having fun.
Happy birthday.
Cheers. Snuck that in there.
All right. I would now like to, you've heard his name before already a few times, introduce a second speaker, who is Tim Rodenbröker. Tim Rodenbröker is a designer, educator, and community builder from Germany. He is specifically concerned with teaching basic skills in creative coding and sees this as a valuable approach for a courageous, critical, and reflective approach to digital technologies. Since 2019, Tim has been developing his own e-learning platform, which aims to simplify the entry into creative coding. And as a designer, he has worked for clients including the New York Times and Hodo magazine. Tim, please be welcomed.
My microphone is off. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Awesome. Okay. Shall I start already?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, amazing. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's amazing to be here. I was really looking forward for that. I think it's such a, how to say that, a lighthouse in the European creative coding landscape, what you just put up there with this Iterations conference. I think this is one of the most beautiful events this year for me, from my perspective. And yeah, I really want to support this thing. Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Creative Coding Utrecht, Fabian, everybody else. It's an amazing project. Okay, now I have to share my screen, and I will show you. You know, I am a creative coder. That's why I code my presentations sometimes. It's a weird thing to do. Don't do that. It's a lot of work. It's super inconvenient, but it works. Let me just start the presentation. Come on, Firefox. Okay, come on. So there's a library called Reveal.js, and Reveal.js enables you to create presentations with tools like HTML and JavaScript and CSS. Anyway, 5050. Okay. Oh, 5500. Okay. This is, you know, we are live now. I'm a bit nervous and okay, but no, it works. Perfect. Amazing. Okay, cool. Full screen mode. You can see my screen. Great. Okay, perfect. So I'm Tim, and yeah, I'm a creative coding educator from Germany. And maybe if you are familiar with my work from social media, this is what you see when you come across my name. Mostly very graphic design inspired work made mostly with processing and P5.js. And yeah, but I want to emphasize that what you see here is really, really just what happens in the front end of my work. So in the back end, there's happening a lot more. And that's what I'm going to talk today about. Yeah, this talk is basically structured in 3 chapters. The first one is called Unexplored Territories, and I will explain you how I just came in touch with code as a communication designer. The second chapter is empowering young creatives, which is more about my teaching and how I just came into the position of teaching. And then chapter 3 is about building a community, which is what I do at the moment. Okay, let me just drink one sip of water and then I'm ready to start. Okay. Cool, unexplored territories. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background and where I come from. So this is me and my father, and I think I'm about 4 years old at that photo. So my father was a graphic designer, or is a graphic designer. He had an agency for 30 years, which was in the 90s very, very successful with 3 offices in Berlin, Magdeburg, and Paderborn, and very huge clients here, the Deutsche Bahn, for example. So yeah, it was really a fast-growing company. And I really grew up in a family business of graphic design. So my mother was the, let's say, CEO is a big word for a small company, but basically she was the chef. My father was the lead designer and the team leader and stuff. And yeah, I just grew into that kind of family, and I observed how technology basically changed how graphic design was made. So my father started as an illustrator and a graphic designer with, no computer on the desk, really with pen and paper, scissors, gluing, cutting. And that was very influential to me to see how this evolved in the 90s, and there was the internet and stuff. So everything went very, very quickly, very fast. That's me with 17. I was a teenager looking for my way. I was not really happy. So I was not really happy with the option to become a graphic designer. So of course my father really, I guess he wanted that, but I loved graphic design, but I also loved music. And I was very sure that I don't want to work in an agency later on. I wanted to work with people. That was something I really liked at that time. And 2 years later, I started to work in a hospital in Cologne. And and I started to explore other fields professionally, right? And so what I also liked in that time was doing or traveling by bike. This was me on my second longer bike trip to Paris, the year before I went to Amsterdam. And today I know that this was a very influential journey or very influential travel, because I really embraced this idea of reducing everything to the very minimum, right? That was me with my tent, hundreds of kilometers, just going to Paris from my home. And I really liked this idea of reducing things to the core and seeing what happens then. And that was very influential to me. I also discovered photography in a time, or a few years later. And even though I shot thousands of photos, this is probably the one that is most, or basically represents my approach in photography, or basically how I think as a creative person. I really like the idea of reducing things to the core. And I think this photo is a good illustration for that. Nevertheless, I decided to study graphic design because I felt like, okay, this field really interested me. And back then, there were some studios that I found really interesting, like 2points.net or Horde, Mario Lombardo von Sigman. So there were a few studios that I really liked. And fortunately, today, I'm a friend of Martin Lorenz, by the way, which is crazy because he was one of my idols back then. And I went to Münster School of Design to study communication design. And I also did a lot of film and photography and also music. That was a very inspiring place. Huge, wide cube spaces, very modern architecture, very new building, a space. It was really a very inspirational space here, right? And in my third semester, I experienced a crisis inside of myself. I felt like, well, I've decided for graphic design, but that was not really what I wanted. I wanted to work with people, and now I studied that stuff. This will probably end in a situation where I will join the company of my father. And I was really having an enormous contradiction inside of myself. I really felt very, I had a conflict inside of myself. And I went to Lisbon at that time to do a semester abroad, a wonderful city, a really beautiful place. And there I really experienced the deepest crisis I've ever had in my life. So that was, by the way, one of the best times of my life also, because it really changed, or it really transformed my personality and really helped me to, get where I'm today. So I really appreciate having those kind of crises, because I think crisis is always a risk, but also a very great chance. And this is, by the way, also valid for the current crisis that we experience. Okay, what do I do when I experience, contradictions and crisis? I do music. That's what I do since I am 15, well, much longer. I started to play drums with 11 and had several bands, but after my stay in Lisbon, I started to produce electronic music again. I started with that with 15, but then I really decided to focus on that to express myself. And that was very important. And by the way, you can check out my music on Spotify. Some of the tracks are still, some of the old albums are also out there. Injuvik is my artist name, Injuvik. And and I started to play live. This is me with my friend Jacques. Jacques was really keen to play live, right? He wanted to play concerts in Münster back when I was back there to study. And I said, yeah, let's do it. That was amazing. We played gigs in the city every 2 weeks, and yeah, all our friends were there, and we had a wonderful time. It was one of the best times of my life, really, really. Yeah, probably also because I was getting this opportunity to work as a tutor for elementary design for Lothar Schöneck. So working as a tutor was the epiphany moment in my life, because I saw that I can combine design with working with people. Remember, that's what I wanted to have in my life, right? I was really trying to find something where I can put these two elements, creativity and graphic design, what I really, really loved, together with working with people. And this tutor job was the moment when I felt, okay, it's possible, you can do it. And I was working 2 years as a tutor, and I accompanied hundreds of students in their projects. I also taught a bit, because we had the double of the amount of students at that time. And that was a wonderful, wonderful experience as well, to be honest. I loved it. Yeah, but after 5 years of studying, I had to graduate, and my father had a furniture company that he founded in Paderborn, my hometown. And to be honest, I didn't want to go to Berlin to become a graphic designer, which is the most obvious thing that most people do then after graduating from graphic design or communications design. And I went back to Paderborn, which in the beginning really didn't feel very good, to be honest, but that's another thing. So I started to work as a marketing director. We were a super small company, so it's a huge term for such a job. But basically, I did the digital marketing for EasyBeam, which is the office furniture brand of my father. But I was not really, it didn't really match to my personality. It wasn't that working with people, graphic design thing. So what did I do? Of course, I made music, as always. So I bought, from my first money, I bought synthesizers, drum computers, effect pedals, loopers and stuff to build a completely computerless electronic improvised live show. That was my project, and I was really spending a lot of time with that. And now here is the moment when the two stories cross, of me and Patrik. Yes, and I met Patrik in Paderborn by accident. Coincidentally, we met on the Libori Fest, which is how to say that in English? I don't know. It's a it's a party in Germany, in Paderborn, right? And I met Patrik, and he was exactly in the same situation as me. So he was also frustrated of his job. He was a super successful e-commerce designer. I found this very inspirational at the time, and still. And we were just getting friends quickly, having some beers, chilling together a few weeks. And then he learned to know my music project with my live music. And we thought if we could do something together. So because Patrik is not just a super talented designer, and at that time it was really impressive how he is a very, very impressive person, because he knows how to handle clients, how to manage projects, how to manage expectations, also how to develop ideas that are realistic in the execution. So I really learned a lot from this guy, to be honest. And this is not just because I want to promote him, but this is really the truth. And he's really an amazing, amazing person. And anyway, we came up with the idea that he could make the visuals for my music. And because, as he told you a few moments ago, he was a programmer, since he was 12. Basically, he has the opposite direction. He went from a programmer to a designer. I went from being a designer to becoming a programmer. We came up with the idea that he could create the visuals with a programming language called processing, right? So there was this book. We all know this book. It's amazing. It has been published in 2009 in the Hermann Schmidt Verlag. It is available in many languages, I think. And this book really changed Patrik's life. I think he really started to develop visuals for my music with processing. And by the way, this is how processing looks. I know you all know that. Let's skip this slide. And here's a little glitch in my presentation, which is totally okay. It's coded, so that happens when you code things. Glitches come. Well, that was our first attempt to document what we did. So I gotta say that this was the very beginning. Patrik was not so into generative design compared with a few weeks or months later. So these were really his very first steps in checking out what's possible. But what we did, we just created this generative live show where the music reacted to, or the visuals reacted to the music in real time, which was very special. So I didn't know any project at that scale, such a small project that had a real live show. That was, by the way, I think 2014 or 2015. And that was really cool. So yeah, I know that Patrik already introduced you to this great pattern, but I want to emphasize this again. So he wrote a software that converted music into visuals. This is the pattern of generative design, taking an input and converting it into an output, taking data, converting that data into a new medium. And that is a super, super powerful formula. You already seen this amazing mind map. You could take two arrow darts, dart arrows, drop it onto this onto this poster, and you will get a new project idea. It's really an amazing tool to think about generative design, to understand the potential of creative coding. I really believe that. And yeah, so you could create a chair out of your favorite book, or a sculpture out of the, let's say, the courses of Bitcoin, or a poster out of your favorite film. So the possibilities are absolutely incredible. And yeah, but back to music, we founded this Inuvik Collective. That was our band. And at the left, you here see amazing drummer Stefan Schneider, who studied at the Art Test Pop Academy in Enschede. He studied jazz, a really cool guy. And yeah, but imagine what happened. I became totally bored of making music, to be honest. So that was also, again, a huge contradiction. I felt like, wow, the stuff that Patrik did with creative coding was so impressive. And I was also in this, yeah, I was in this phase of new orientation, trying to find also my own way. And yeah, I was a bit jealous of his, yeah, of this opportunity to explore a new world. And yeah, I felt this pressure. We wanted to play a tour. We wanted to play gigs. And by the way, we played amazing gigs and amazing venues. It was really, really cool. But we really planned to be on the road for, you know, something like every second weekend. And there was a lot of pressure on me. So I started to break up. And I was able to convince Patrik, after a few weeks or a few days of of a conflict, yeah, to restart and to see the opportunity to explore this fantastic world together from two perspectives. And this is still our leitmotif for the work we do, right? We both still look at generative design and creative coding from two perspectives. This is not constructed or something. This is real. This is really, it's authentic. It is who we are. I am the person who loves, let's say, inspiring younger people for exactly that field, and Patrik is more in this professional area with working for brands and agencies. These are basically the two perspectives we are talking about in this podcast. So, how to get started with creative coding if you have no idea? And I quickly got to check the time. I don't want to exceed it. Okay. Fine. I don't have a timer here, to be honest, but yeah, you got to tell me when I've got 5 minutes left. Maybe that would be cool. Maybe as a Zoom message or something. Yeah. So how to get started with creative coding? And to be honest, this is the question I ask myself every day, not because I have to start, but I try to onboard young creatives for exactly that. And it's really a huge challenge. It's difficult, but we did something smart. We rented a cabin in the woods, offline, with no internet connection, no cell phone connection, to, I think we had 6 or 7 days of time to focus really on exactly that thing. And that was our mission on that vacation. We had the mission to spend and focus on creative coding with processing at the time. That's us. And here's also Lukas on this image. Lukas is a very good friend of us, working as a coder in Leipzig. And together we did that. So these were the first things I posted on Tumblr. I had a Tumblr blog, and yeah, I created this GIF files. I had this kind of creative model where I said, okay, I gotta be under 2 megabytes of size. And this was one of the restrictions that Tumblr has. And I created GIFs every single day because I loved it. It was amazing. And people started to like it, to share it. I was reposted by Justin Lincoln's blog, FY Processing, which was an honor for me at the time, really amazing. So it really felt so cool. And yeah, that was my blog. And yeah, this was, I think, my most successful GIF, kind of a generative visualization of a portrait thing. And I started to also to think about how I connect my music, my passion for music, or my affinity to music with generative design. And this was the moment when the Bach project was born. So I also learned piano while studying, which is a beautiful instrument, by the way. So if you think coding is not for you, you should start to learn piano. It's great. I started to play a little bit of very simple Bach music, and I really enjoyed it very much. And yeah, the score for exactly that piece of music is very well suited for generative visualizations because it's an arpeggio pattern. That means there's just one note at a time in 16th notes. And this was really interesting to use as a data set for generative generative design or generative art applications. By the way, this is just a mock-up. I didn't really have an exhibition or something. It would be great, but that's not the case. And but this is also a mock-up. But I think in this case, it's really nice because you can see the patterns of the music here. So if you would cut this graphic into 2 halves, you would see that the left half is exactly the same as the right half, which is magical. So Bach is a composer who could also be considered as a graphic designer because he was, or graphic artist, because he just created these amazing patterns. Yeah, some early projects. I think this is 2018 or something, 2017, 2018, very early stuff. But there were also some applied projects already. I was working for a museum and I made a key visual for a festival for music in Mexico City. And some people from Chicago asked me if I want to exhibit a specific video in their gallery. So it was really a cool experience. And I also saw that there were many people just reaching out to learn about what I was doing there. And this is also valid for Patrik. So we were both getting lots of requests. Yeah, and because I love to work with people, I also thought a lot about how to build a community or how to connect with the people from the community. To kind of create real experiences, physical experiences around creative coding. And because I was active in the group, I think it's called Creative Coding with Processing and P5JS. I think that's the name of the Facebook group. I was asking the question if someone would like to meet in real life. And then there was a message by Ria Strauss, who is hopefully also in the audience. Many greets to Ria. And it was really a great opportunity because she was offering to her whole house, a huge house in the countryside in the north of Amsterdam, to do these creative coding days and to invite people, up to 10 people, for this event, which was amazing. So these were the first creative coding days with some known faces, I guess. Saskia Freke is also there. Saskia, many greets to you. There's Arash Saidi and Lisa Aspers. On the right, you see Ria Strauss. This is me. I'm pointing with my finger on the screen at what you can see anyway. And above me, that's Patrik. And yeah, we did that. We repeated that in the next years also. And it grew up to an event with up to 15 people in 2018 or 19. I'm not really sure. But that was really amazing. So Rivke was also there and Valerie was there. No, Valerie was in Paderborn, I think. But we did that around 4 times. And many people that are sitting now in the audience attended to these events. And yeah, that's also a reason why I just know some of them. Yeah. It was amazing. I was getting some gigs to speak, for example, the Dutch Design Week, where also I met Vera for the first time. And things just evolved, and we are coming to chapter 2. And by the way, don't be scared. Chapter 2 and chapter 3 are much shorter. Yeah, so in 2017, I started to work as an independent web developer, freelancer, to work for a company. So I was able to, through programming and through creative coding, to dive deeper into this world of programming and to get a job or become, let's say, a very quite requested web developer through programming. I experienced that being a graphic designer was very hard at that time. But web development was is still super, super demanded. So I started to work for companies. And through these jobs, I was learning to know Michael Pichler, who was a professor at the Rheinval University. And he asked me to do a course on creative coding for graphic designers. And guess what? That was exactly what I wanted to do, which is what I told you already a few moments ago. I wanted to work as an educator, again, combining graphic design with people, working with people, this combination. And that was the big chance for me. So I thought, okay, I got to really do something. I want to do something really great. And I want to prove that graphic design and creative coding is a wonderful combination. So I created this research project, Programming Posters, which was also the title of the course at the Hochschule Rheinval University. I created dozens of animated posters within a very restricted color scheme. I tried to just showcase that it's possible to use processing and creative coding and P5JS to create great graphic design applications. So because that was not really true or not really visible at that time, I think. And I created this project and it was getting a lot of attention. So that was really a very important milestone in my, I don't want to use the word career. Is there any different word I can use? Okay, career. And yeah, it really changed a lot. So people started to reach out, ask for capacities do projects for them. And that was really a very interesting point when many things just changed for me. And I saw, okay, this is my niche. I really felt like, okay, this is the place where I feel at home. There's this ugly white, okay. This was the first group I was working with. It was amazing because the Rheinval University is international. We had amazing people from India, Russia, London, which is a country, which is a city, from England, from France, from Norway. So it was a very, very mixed group and I really enjoyed doing that. And the girl in front of here is Divya, who showed me the copy function back then, which is one of my most important functions at the moment. So thank you again, Divya, for that. Yeah, the Hochschule Rheinval is a very, very modern university. It's very new, well equipped. They have a huge fab lab and stuff. Very cool place. Yeah, Page Magazine then released a 6-page article about my programming posters project, which was really a game changer for me because this was kind of the proof that this has relevance, right? So I was able to convince people from the graphic design sphere that what I'm doing is not just playing around, but it has relevance, right? It really was a very, very important milestone. And yeah, that was my second class, right? After 1 year or half a year after the course at Hochschule Rheinval, there were about 55 to 60 students standing at the walls. They really wanted to do this course. I had this amazing video. I think they thought it's amazing. So it was a very good promotional clip for the course. And yeah, I was getting lots of applications for the course and it was just an amazing experience, even though it was very stressful beside all the freelance work I was doing at the time. Yeah, so 2019, I was getting an invitation by Alina Schleier, who is or was, I'm not really sure, the CEO of the Denkwerk agency in Cologne. Yeah, and or Düsseldorf, I'm not sure. But yeah, she invited me to speak at the ADC Digital Experience Conference in front of 700 people on the largest stage I've ever seen. So it was really a crazy experience. It was super stressful before. I felt super nervous, but interestingly, when I was on stage, I was super confident. So there was an amazing feeling of getting out there, and there were some students attending that were in the first row, in the first tier of the stage, and it was a magical moment. Yeah, so it was really crazy. I was very confident when I was on stage, and I gave them a workshop at the ECAL online. Unfortunately, I was not able to go there because, the COVID-19 crisis hooked Europe last year. Was that? Yeah, last year? I think so. Yeah, that was last year. And then I was also invited to the Glasgow School of Art, what was amazing. I've been there twice to give workshops, and I gave lots of talks in the last month and years. Okay, cool. And now we got to the last chapter. So what interests me the most about creative coding is not really just, how to say that? What interests me most about creative coding is its cultural aspects. So I'm really interested in what kind of role creative coding plays in our world, or could play in our world, because I see it as a very important and very powerful tool for digital empowerment and personal development. It helps us to confront, or it confronts us with the digitization as a phenomenon, and it helps us to shape our position to digitization as a very massive development. It helps us to reflect and question digitization and the tools that we use every day. And that's difficult to put in words, to be honest. And I went back to university also because I need a master degree to become a professor one day. It's not in I don't plan that at the moment, but one day maybe I want to apply for a professorship. And I decided to go back to university to make my master degree. And that's what I did 2019. And since then, I developed a master thesis about the philosophy of creative coding. Stay tuned for that. It's a lot of stuff in the pipeline. So I'm really looking forward to release this. And it's still in the development. I think I will release it next year. And that's, for me, a very, very important milestone also. And because I was already recording my courses since the beginning, I was really experimenting a lot with online education. I just liked it. I thought it's very interesting also for me to just structure my courses and also to deliver some video content to my students that makes specific questions, that answer specific questions without the necessity of me being in the room or being on the phone or whatever. So I started to record my curriculum, and today I'm very happy because I'm able to create my own e-learning platform, which I launched last year when the COVID-19 crisis happened to us. It's something I'm building on every single day. Today I'm very lucky because I can do this really focused and full time because of my Patreon community. And thank you so much to everyone who supports me and is part of this community. To be honest, it's the greatest job I've ever had. And it's exactly that dream that I wanted to have, that I wanted to live, like, connecting graphic design with working with people. So this is exactly what I want to do. I'm building a brand out of it. So Tim Rodenbröker Creative Coding is a personal brand still, but I'm thinking about the scalability and if I want to scale or not. I'm now collaborating with some people like Martin Lorenz, for example, and it's really a super, super exciting journey. I'm recording courses, sharing content, doing meetups, events. This is how my students see me. Mostly I'm talking to them via videos on my website. And and this year I was getting a really, really cool Instagram message by, my goodness, I still can't believe that this is true, by Casey Rias, who asked me if I would like to do a Processing Community Day celebration, and I did it in the summer. It was an amazing event. It was also online, or it was completely online, and we had amazing guests. Vera was there giving an amazing talk on her work. Casey Rias was also giving an interview. I interviewed Casey for about an hour, which was crazy. Martin Lorenz, Patrik Hübner, Sender Sturing, and I'm going to do this next year also. So I've also making a list of people I want to work with in the Processing Community Day. Stay tuned. Last week something cool happened. A few months ago I just donated 700 euros to the Processing Foundation because I want to support them right? I mean, I use that software professionally in every single day in my life. And I think giving a bit back is very important. I love their work. I know how, I guess it must be an overwhelming amount of work. And Casey told me a bit about it, and it's really impressive what they did with processing. It's really, really impressive. And Dan Schiffman reached out and said, hey, cool that you donated that amount of money. I want to make a video about something you propose. I said, okay, do something about the copy function. This video is out since a few days. And if you want to watch it, check it out. He's talking about my platform also, which is something I'm very happy about. I would love to meet Daniel, hopefully in the next years personally. And how much time do we have left? 3 final words.
Officially
I can't
none.
hear anything. Anyway,
So
I will move on here. So, look, I see creative coding not just as a tool to do graphic design. I see creative coding as a vehicle for personal development and reflection on digital phenomena. So I know this sounds very complex and it's very abstract, and I'm still working through my master thesis to find the right words for it. But it's really what drives me very much. So I think we can grow through learning to code, and especially through the culture that exists around creative coding. The culture is what you are experiencing right now. You are sitting in front of inside of a group of people who share this passion, and this is something very powerful. I think it's a great tool to question technologies. Instead of relying on proprietary software, we can use open source alternatives. We can build our own tools. And I think this is very, very important in times of monopoles and companies that control whole markets. And it's a very interesting field as well. And the last thing I want to say here is lifelong learning is a wonderful thing. I really love to learn something new every single day. That's why I stand up in the morning. That's why I go to bed and can't wait to stand up in the morning. And I think this is something we all have to embrace. And if we do so, the world is going to be a good one. Thank you so much.
thank you so much for your openness, Tim, and for sharing also some of the things that we can expect from you in the future. I have some questions, but I can imagine there's also questions in the room. Not yet, okay. I'm also having my eye on the online chat, so make sure to ask your question if you have one. What I would like to ask you, your work, I think, is very much characterized by a passion for communities as well. So you have this e-learning platform, you organize coding meetups. What does community really mean for you, and why is it so important in your work?
Oh, that's a good question. So for me, community is everything. So communities are the most important thing in life, maybe, right? It's like connecting with people is really energizing. It's one of the reasons why we're here, I think. So for me, the community is an extremely important part of this whole project, even though I have to say that it's a lot of work and I'm just a one-man show sometimes. I have some helpers, but mostly I do the whole work alone. And it's also sometimes very overwhelming because you get a lot of feedbacks, many questions. But I'm switched from Slack to Discord now, which works very well. So we are connecting via Discord. By the way, you can join the channel if you want on my website, timrodenbröker.de/Discord. You can join our Discord server and we connect around creative coding. Yeah, communities is something really beautiful, but it has to be managed and it's a lot of work and it requires a lot of learning to don't go crazy because it's just a lot of work, but it's a great challenge for me. I think I really like that. It's a great challenge to establish this whole system, make it work without going mad. My camera is blurring, and let me just restart it. Okay.
We see you clearly now. Yeah. Thanks so much. And maybe tying back to that question of community, you mentioned that you have quite a successful Patreon going on.
Yeah.
Could you share with us how you managed to make it so successful, and do you have any advice for people who are aspiring to have such a Patreon as well? Well,
first of all, I think I was a bit lucky because I had some skills that other people have to pay money for, a lot of money for. So I'm able to build very complex websites. Before I run my Patreon, I was building websites for museums, for art museums, and very, very complex data structures. So that was also already something I was able to do. I think there's not one recipe to become successful on Patreon. There are so many different ways to do so. And I believe it's just maybe the clear communication that is very important, I think, to really know who you are, what you want, and to stick with your strategy. That's very important, I think. And at the same time, in the end, it's not really the Patreon which is successful, but I think it's the brand itself. So yeah, I'm trying to do my thing. I do what I love, and I'm very passionate about it. And I think this is what people appreciate. Yeah. But of course, Patreon is something you can learn a lot about. There are many resources out there, and it works great. I think I was there already also in a very good moment when Corona started. That was the moment when I started to release my courses. And I connected Patreon with my website, so people can generate a user through the Patreon, which is something quite unique. Most people don't have that. And yeah, many factors come together to make this Patreon working. And yeah, and once you come into an area financially where you can pay your bills with that, and you don't have to work for clients, for example, you become able, as me, to really focus on that. And then things really move quick, right? So I really put all my efforts, all my time into this project, always trying to not overwork myself, which is extremely important, because if you overwork yourself, you will not be able to go further, right? I have experienced that a few times in my life. And now my mission is to build the community with a healthy strategy so that it works out for me personally. And yeah, that's basically how I approach this project.
Thank you, Tim. And I see that there's a lot of love for you in the chat, so that might be nice to read back afterwards. I see a question of somebody who's interested in the flowchart that you use for your project. So the process that you go through, where do you get your inspiration? Do you read books, or are there other ways where you get inspired?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get that question. So you're talking about the input-output graphic, right?
No, yeah, somebody is, I think, also asking about the where you get your inspiration for the projects that you do, and sort of the process that you go through to get to the end product.
Oh, I've got a very good, unusual answer for you.
Oh, that's
so
always
I do
nice.
something completely different. So I'm reading about philosophy a lot. That's something I really started a few years ago, especially while studying. I play classical guitar now. I still do music. I go swimming. And yeah, I think it's very important to do analog things and not... yeah, that's something I've learned recently. So it's very important to disconnect from that whole project and then come back with all your energy, because otherwise you really burn out. I mean, I'm doing a very, very technical job in the end, right? I'm really working a lot with computers, programming them, talking with screens. And I found out that I work best when I disconnect myself sometimes from that kind of situation. And yeah, this is really a very important learning for me.
All right, so disconnection, swimming, reading, always to get inspired.
Friends and good relationships with people, yeah, all that stuff. So, and of course, I love graphic design. I love to go to exhibitions. At the moment, it's difficult, but I love surfing the internet. I'm very curious all the time, and I read things that don't fit exactly into my sphere. I think it's very important. Creativity happens when you connect things that don't match together, right? So reading about ancient philosophy, for example, was very helpful for me, because I don't know, it just influenced the way how I work today. So I try to leave my comfort zone as often as possible and explore things that don't really, some unusual things maybe.
I see another very interesting question in the chat that I can imagine some more people would want to know the answer to. Lena Weber is saying, I struggle with confidence to use coding for client work rather than for personal and experimental work. Because in every coding project, there is a learning curve and things you don't know how to solve. Can you relate, and have you any advice when you encounter such struggles?
Yeah, for sure. So first of all, I need to point out that Patrik is the real expert in this field. So I just, to be honest, I suffered a few times from working for clients because, to be honest, creative coding projects for professional brands is still a big challenge. There's not a common terminology between design and technology, and it's really, really difficult. So I've been doing some projects for several constellations, and it's really difficult. But there are some tricks. So expectation management is extremely important. Selling research phases so that you, when no idea exists yet, it's very, very difficult from my perspective to come up with something that is technically possible within the budget and also matches with the expectations of the client. And what I've had, for example, some really cool projects where, for example, the New York Times came last year when the coronavirus went crazy. They asked me to do some illustrations for some editorial work. And it was amazing because they saw something on my Instagram and thought, this is exactly what we want, but a little bit tweaked. And they told me a little bit what they want. And that is a new way of working, or a new way of really accelerating the whole creative process, because you already have a library of ideas. And that's what Patrik also showed in his talk a few moments ago. When you already have a library of ideas, it's much easier to show the client what's possible, right? And but it's not easy. To be honest, it's not super easy. It's something that has to be trained, and you probably have to fail a few times before it really works. But Patrik is a real master in it. He's a super great project manager. He really helps the client to understand what's possible and what's not possible. So maybe you should ask him.
Well, he is already gone, but perhaps we'll find another way.
Thank you. I can call him. He lives just a few streets from here, so maybe you can come around.
Thank you so much, Tim. We have to round up, but thank you so much for joining, for your openness and sharing your advice with us.
I'm very thankful. Thank you so much for inviting me. Again, this is an amazing event, and I hope to see you next year, maybe in physical. I don't know, but I really appreciate it. I'm very much looking forward for my workshop tomorrow. So you will learn about a very powerful creativity technique. Really looking forward to kick this off. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks.
And the next speaker is Valerie Fuchs, but before I will introduce her, she needs some time to set things up. So, Valerie, please. Take a few minutes to discuss what you've learned so far. I need Fabian, could you come here? Fabian? Ja. Maar kan ik daar straks dan nog op kijken? Ja. All right, it's time to take our seats again. After this talk, we'll have a break as well. So if you didn't manage to get a drink now, you surely can do so after this talk. So please take your seats again so we can continue with the program. And then I am very happy to introduce our next speaker. Please, if everybody could remain quiet. All right, so next up is Valerie Fuchs, who is a German based in Amsterdam, who works as full-stack engineer for WeTransfer. And Valerie is very much dedicated to making the tech industry more inviting for newbies with a non-technical background. Since 2018, Valerie is running Cafe Robots, the first non-awkward computer club. That sounds awesome. And she also teaches and builds the Female Freelance Developers, which is a platform that aims to bring more women in the creative tech industry. Valerie, take the floor.
Thank you very much. I guess my presentation is done. No, thank you very much for having me. And I hope you can hear me okay, yeah? All right. Let's cancel all computer clubs. Let's cancel the word nerd. Let's cancel the label girl coder and get rid of the word evangelist. Let's nip those 1 million pizza boxes stacked up during 1 million of the same tech meetups in the butt. No, I don't want another hoodie. Technology is in everyone's life, so everyone should be represented in it. Everyone should have a seat at the table and a chance to raise their voice. So what I want is less labels, less boxes, less walls. So let's tear them down, shall we? Thank you. I want a world where everyone, all of us, learn CSS at art class. I want a world where we build 3D models during geometry classes, and where we learn physics and forces with P5JS. I want a world where we learn about the history of computing, and especially the role that women had in it, at class, in school. I want a world where there is no such thing as math genius, no such thing as natural talent, because just like learning a new language, all of us, everyone, will find a way to learn coding by having their own angle to it, by having their own twist. Because I really think that learning to code will be the new English. So how far are we away from this? Can we make this happen together? So, hi everyone, my name is Valerie, and as was mentioned before, I work at WeTransfer as a software developer, and I also run Cafe Robot, the first non-awkward computer club. And Cafe Robot was founded by me in 2018, and I created it because at that time I had a career move myself, and I transitioned from working in digital marketing for 8 years to becoming a web developer. So I went to a coding boot camp for 3 months, and I went to every single tech meetup in Amsterdam. I ate all those free pizzas, and I couldn't help but notice that most of these events somehow felt similar. And what were they alike? What was it? They were all like a little awkward. And I especially found it for someone who was like very not from a tech industry, like from no technical background. I found it really hard to get into it. And I also really found that most of these events were a little unimaginative, saying again, 1 million pizza boxes. Okay, so I thought instead of moaning about it and complaining, I'm just going to do my own thing. So I started Coffee Robot, which was initially the first non-awkward tech meetup, and was especially aimed at newbies and people who wanted to get into coding. Today, a couple of years later, Coffee Robot creates inclusive learning experience for code newbies. I'm doing a couple of different things. I am teaching at different universities, for example, Hyper Island in Sweden, which is a creative business school. I also taught at the Royal Academy of Art this year, so I think there were some places where, yeah, nice. And I also am part of the steering committee of the front-end developer class at Hyper Island, so I really put in my voice to try shaping the curriculum and make it industry relevant and interesting. And besides of that, I'm also running classes remotely where I teach beginners how to code and introduce them to creative coding, which is my concept called Code Cuisine, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more, and I'm also running a workshop tomorrow. And as we just heard, I also launched the platform femalefreelancedevelopers.com, which lists around 50 female identifying developers all over the world, and really aims to just get more cool people into the selection of agencies, brands, companies that really want to work with female identifying freelance developers and get their selection more inclusive. So check it out, very catchy URL, SEO friendly, good to remember. So today I want to talk to you about my personal take on creative education in the space of web development and coding. And to say this shorter, basically, how we get them all. How do we get people who think they don't want to code, they cannot code, they are not interested? How do we get them to be interested? Because ultimately, again, so many decisions are made in technology that affect everyone's life that it just feels unfair to not have everyone in the conversation. So how do we get those people in? So what I'm going to talk to you about is I have 4 ideas that would maybe lead us to this picture and a bit more to the vision that I was introducing in the beginning. And those 4 ideas are basically things I learned through teaching over the last couple of years. I've taught, I think now, around 350 students, and it's a lot of things I learned myself, and I just want to use the opportunity to share that with you. Okay, let's get going. So first things first, I really like food. I do not like cooking, but I like eating. So when I started creating my class material in the beginning, it felt really natural for me to reach out to food references to explain things. It was really easy, right? People can relate to it. And so I did this for a while, and then one night I lay awake and I could not sleep, and I just thought, well, why do I not make this as my thing? Like, it's gonna be my thing, snacksplaining. And that's when I committed to it. Maybe that was because there was a cheesy full moon outside. Maybe that was because I lost my mind during the pandemic. We don't know. But once I made this decision, it became very easy to use everything that I'm doing and put a food theme on it. So this is a picture where I'm teaching Code Cuisine, the remote workshop I was mentioning. And the concept of Code Cuisine is that, as you see, I dress up as a chef, and I am basically teaching all the participants the basics of coding so that there's enough knowledge to start drawing the dish of the day with P5JS. And the dish of the day tomorrow is Pizza Calzone, but I got more. I came up with 5 amazing dishes: Pizza Calzone, Kodeshima Ramen, Quarter Coda, Taco Codeño, and my personal favorite, Döner Kotbab. It's great. I also got merch in case you're interested. Okay, so I use this concept of food not only for Code Cuisine, my own remote workshops, but I also use it in different classes and workshops I'm running, also to explain more complex concepts. So this, for example, is an example which I used in Code Cuisine XXL, which was a 4-day workshop introducing concepts of JavaScript by using creative code. And there I used fruit loops to explain the concept of loops, which makes total sense. Another way how I'm using it is that, for example, when I'm explaining what variables are, and how they are put together. I use food as a reference, pizza, dishes, chefs, everyone can relate to it. And the more you think about it, the more you realize how cooking and coding is actually very similar. Because if you're looking at a recipe, there are always ingredients, which in coding would be the variables, like you have to set up things. And then there's a method, which is the recipe that explains you how to do things, what to do with those ingredients, and that in coding would be to write functions, classes, whatsoever. And then if you push it even further, you would have an output, which would be the dish, and then in creative coding and P5.js, that could be the sketch. Okay, so let's say our new code lover-to-be, newbie coder, now has worked up some appetite to actually get into coding and go like, yes, I learn it. I want that seat on the table that you've been talking about. Then we're getting to the next idea that I want to share with you today. Sliding into coding. And wouldn't that be amazing if that would be actually a thing? So probably most of you know it. Most of the times it's the opposite. So again, when I started teaching, I started building boilerplates for my students. I made this HTML website, and then I pulled in P5.js, and I said, you only need to go to GitHub, and then you download it, and then you run it, and then you need all these tools. And soon questions came up like, but how can I share this with my friends, and how can I upload it? And all these questions that normally come up. Of course, you're proud of your work. But then very soon, both I and then all of the students would be in this kind of mental state. Okay, so something had to be done, and I did some research, I did a lot of thinking, and I think the overall challenge we have with coding, teaching creative coding, is that there's some kind of juxtaposition between how much guidance do you give and how much free space do you allow for. So I really like the example of the triangle that Tim and Patrik were talking about, which also goes down this route. So I think for me, in my classes, it has really helped to provide guidance and give something to work off, opposed to asking my students to start from a blank piece of paper, which then would cause most of the situation for people to feel like on the right-hand side, so overwhelmed, too much going on. So a couple of examples how I do this in my classes is I'm using two platforms to teach, and one of them is P5.js, the online editor. The other one is Glitch, which is an amazing collaborative coding platform. I'm not getting paid by them, but I love them. So both of these platforms have something in common. And that is that on one hand, they're really well documented. They got lots of support. Second is they are free for people to use for like a project on a small scale. And thirdly, they have a really nice tone of voice. And they feel just cozy, as much as you can say this about online platforms. I don't know. But they feel right and nice for beginners. Another thing that I'm doing, and now we're looking at the P5.js editor. You don't need to set up anything. You just go online, create an account, boom, there you are. Is that I really rarely ask people to start from a blank, from nothing. So I like to include little challenges, little adjustments. Like for example, here's the challenge to adjust the mouse pressed function to also show another color. And then the next challenge would be, can you also change the background color? So it's just like little things to change instead of do this thing, which most of the cases feels really intimidating to people. Here's a similar example, and this is now glitch.com. So here you have just like a pretty straightforward website with an HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file. We're adding an event listener to an image element, and here I would also just say, do something else. Look at this, but adjust it. Okay, one other thing that I'm doing is that I'm really establishing to share a so-called cheat sheet with my students when I'm teaching. This cheat sheet just has all the important methods and everything you need to know and you mostly forget when you're working with P5, when you're new to it. The original one I found on Twitter. It was made by Ben Morin. Thank you, Ben Morin. And after using it for a couple of times, I realized I needed to adjust it a bit for my own use case, but it works really well, and mostly people are grateful that they have this and don't have to look up everything all the time. Okay. So now, we had a bit of a snackalicious taster. Then we had some helpers that get us into sliding into coding, got it a bit easier now to start getting to work. But then there's this other third idea that I want to share with you, which is about realness. And when I talk about realness, I want to talk about tutorial dysmorphia, which is a word that I totally made up. I don't know if it makes sense, but please bear with me. So when I started my first job as a web developer after graduating from my coding bootcamp, it was probably the first or second week when I had this epiphany. And this epiphany was, oh, these tutorials are a lie! No one is asking me for my React to-do app. It was tough. But the reality is that you cannot become a full-stack developer in 3 months. And the reality is that it takes time to learn code. And some of these coding bootcamps, some of the tutorials send out quite some confusing messages where you think you have to learn and know things within 3 months and really be at a level that I personally find unrealistic. So I really try to debunk those myths whenever I teach and give my students, or in general, whoever listens to me, wants to listen to me, the idea that there is a long time you need to work on coding, and I don't mean this in a discouraging way, but it's just the realistic way of looking at it. Because learning how to code is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and that's fine, okay? So let's look at my personal marathon. This is my first P5.js sketch that I made in October 2016. And here another shout out goes out to Ria Struss, who was mentioned before, and she was my coding teacher, and she helped me, so thank you if you're watching this. So this was in October 2016. I call it the cheesy moon, I guess. And so what's happened since then? So we are looking at a timeline that shows the feeling of knowing the fuck I'm doing over time. So we have 5 years. And you can see that it started off, I can move. Well, I don't know if I can move. Okay, anyways. So it started off with me not knowing what I was doing at all. I slowly crawled my way up, learned a bit more, and then you see this big dip, which I think was probably CSS transitions and animations. And then I learned a little bit more, then there was another dip, which was probably like when I started working with Node, more frustration, learning a bit more. And then I would say the most recent dip was when I learned TypeScript and testing for my current job. So what I'm saying is things go up and down all the time. And it's not like a straight line of I'm getting smarter and better and I can do all those things. So it's just not realistic. So I really hope that this kind of resonates with many of you. I see some nodding faces, so that's good. So back to teaching and creative education. Whenever I am teaching, I'm very nervous about getting questions that I cannot answer. I feel very intimidated and embarrassed if I don't know something. But I'm trying to get better at this and to reposition myself. And I've come up with this new idea now, which I think I am going to see myself, instead of being embarrassed, I'm seeing myself as a fail-spiration, okay? Because it's normal to not know things, and it's normal to look things up. And so I really want to own it more and embrace it instead of being, embarrassed by it. Because only compare yourself to yourself yesterday, not to everyone else, and that really helps. Okay, another way how we can add more realness to our coding practice, teaching practice, education, is to set clear goals of what has to be learned and by when. And then especially that is true for longer workshops. So for example, some workshops I'm giving, they are going over 4 to 6 weeks or something like this. And there it really helped me to define weekly goals for the students. So in week 1, you have to have learned this, week 2, this, and so on. And I would communicate this in the beginning of the class, but then also actually after each week or at the beginning of new weeks. So this was an example from a full stack class that I've given, and there I would say week 1, take it all in. That was where they weren't familiar with Git and GitHub, so I recommended to create an empty repository, push some commits. And then we have the week 2, where we work with Storyblok, that is a content management system. And I said, well, just go through the material, try to understand, and so on. So doing this kind of achieves certain things. I would say what's cool is that people know what they have to know, so it takes away pressure from performing and learning. But also it gives some kind of real-life check of what's okay in the industry, like how long should it take? And I'm really careful about this because I want to represent realistic expectations. But it's also very tricky. All right, let's move on to the 4th idea of how we get more people into coding that think that it's not for them. And that is edutainment. And before I go into the details, I want to ask you this question. Why, only because we got older, did education have to become so freaking boring? So if you think about how you learn things in kindergarten, in elementary school, like who decided that this is stopping? Why do we have to work with all these books and dry stuff? It's like, why? I don't know. Okay, so let's talk a bit about my inspiration or how I grew up. This is my mom, the one with the cool hat. My mom is just setting up a puppet theater for my kindergarten. And it is actually true that I grew up with my parents playing puppet theater. It's like, what? It's true. I also grew up with the Sesame Street. I mean, how amazing are these guys? And I also grew up with watching Bernd das Brot. And now for the international audience, I want to translate what this means. It means Bernd the Bread. Fun fact, I actually realized that I know the person who is Bernd das Bread, but that is a different story for a different day. But let's say these were my these were my heroes as a kid. And now we take a bit of a left turn. I also always found the Dada movement very inspiring. So what is the Dada movement for the ones of you who don't know? But it was an art movement in the early 20th century. And the groups of this artist group, basically, the people in this artist group basically rejected the logic and the reasoning of society, but instead expressed nonsense and irrationality. And that all happened during World War I or around World War I, so there definitely is a different political situation today. But I would say after the last 2 years, maybe all of us could do with a bit more nonsense and irrationality. Okay, so all of this, my inspiration, my heroes, put all of them together, what do I do with it? Let me introduce you to Codette and Console Croc. So also I would say driven by lockdown or mental breakdown, no matter how you want to call it, I got myself puppets this year, and I decided that I'm going to incorporate them into my classes. So Codette, on the top, is a friendly computer worm who also likes to cook. And she joined me as a sous chef for my code cuisine class. So she does come up and help me. She also does amazing lip sync performances on Instagram. So please follow me and check her out. And then we have Console Croc, who I would say is more of a sidekick, but it's a cool name. So yeah, I sometimes use them. Okay, next to the puppets, what am I doing? I mentioned that I'm getting into costume. I have backdrops, I have props, and yeah, I'm really getting a lot of inspiration of thinking about the screen as my one-dimensional theater stage. Like, this is how I'm thinking about it. Especially, again, we've all had so many Zoom calls, we are so sick of it. So just seeing something else in the same space is hopefully motivating or inspiring for some people. So that's what I'm doing. I'm also doing a lot of music that is custom tailored to the food that we're cooking. So for Pizza Code Zone, I've got a playlist with Italian classics, Felicita. We have a Planet Future sci-fi playlist, and we also have Code Cuisine XXL, which is a playlist that combines 3 hours and 35 minutes of songs that all have something about food in the title. yeah, I really don't feel this gets enough acknowledgement, so I'm just going to say it again. So there are 65 that I picked, and that are all pretty amazing. So sorry, I think I just dropped something. Sorry guys, excuse me for a second. I think we're going to. Sorry, be with you in a second.
Fish fingers. Just a minute. Ow! Ow! I want a bit of real fish. Real fish. Fish fingers. Ow! Ow! I'm not a blooming kid. I don't want to play with me dinner. Fish fingers. Just a minute. I want a bit of real fish. Real fish. Fish fingers. Ow! Anyway, what are you gonna give the poor old cat? Fish fingers. Just a minute. I want a bit of real fish. Real fish. Fish fingers. Anyway, what are you gonna give the poor old cat?
Codette. She's been bothering me with this performance the entire. Okay, so what I was gonna say is, music, laughter, and surprise are feelings that can create a bubble of connection and safety. And really, this is what I want to do when I teach coding, and what I want to achieve with my workshops, is that people have so much fun doing it that they forget that they're actually coding. So when I got this feedback after one of my workshops, I was thinking this is really everything I want. And that is, did you know that you could learn coding without being shit scared? So that was just amazing. Okay, so what was this again? Codette's given me some eyes. She wants to go into the VIP lounge. I'm not sure if that exists. So let's round it up here. I started this talk with talking about a vision about how the world of coding could look like, how this industry could look like, and how we could get more people on the table, because everyone in technology should be represented from all groups of society and the world. And then I said, I'm going to share with you 4 ideas how we could make this happen. How can we get closer to this vision, get more people excited? And you can sum those 4 ideas up with: use relatable metaphors, set realistic goals, use accessible platforms, and lastly, some fun and giggles. So if any of you now feels inclined, inspired, motivated maybe, to also go and start teaching, but you have this little voice in your head that says, no, you're not good enough, you don't know enough. I can actually hear it's like a choir. I'm going to say no. And I want to leave you with this. You don't have to be on top of the ladder to help someone up. You only need to be on the second step to do so. Thank you very much. You can. I'm just going to plug quickly. You can find me on Instagram, madame_robot. That's where you find Codette's lip sync. My website is cafe-robot.co, where you can find lots of resources for people how to get started with coding. And you can find me also around here because I've got cool stickers. And now we go. So, thanks. And sorry for the mess. Everything is full of confetti.
I mean,
yes.
This is only festive.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Valerie, for your wonderful presentation, and also thanks to Codette for their wonderful cameo. And I found it very snack-inspiring as well.
Oh,
so thanks for that. Are there any questions already in the room now for Valerie? Yes, please go ahead.
At the beginning, you mentioned you were sort of tired of
Yes.
the free foodies and the free unhealthy foods. And then
I don't mind the unhealthy, but yeah, sorry.
I got lots of flashbacks to all the hackathons I've
Yeah.
been to in the past. And
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired of sticking them. What are your thoughts on hackathons?
But before you answer, maybe just so that the online audience also gets it, to shortly repeat, because you mentioned that starts. Oh yeah, you can also repeat the question. Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so the question was that, so you were sharing your experience of saying that you've been resonating to the feeling of it being awkward, like the tech meetups, but in hackathons. And now you ask the question, what do I think about hackathons? Yeah. So I think that hackathons can be a really great space to be creative and get this kind of group feeling of, yes, we're in this and we're doing it together, we're pulling it off. But I would say are you asking from a participant point of view? So from a participant point of view, I've also found it difficult to kind of create realistic goals. So exactly what I'm talking, it's really hard because you're so time-boxed, you want to do so much to package it into a small set of features. And most of the times you want 1,000,000% and you get to one, at least in my personal experience. So I would say hackathons are fun, I think especially for students, someone who's learning something from scratch, because you get a very real element into it. You're working maybe for a brand, because those hackathons mostly are organized by whatever APIs, tech companies, and so on. But make sure to set yourself very realistic goals and just go break it down to the very smallest thing you can imagine, and whatever else you're achieving is great. Yeah.
More questions in the room? I'm also going to check if there's questions online, but then I need to...
You need to get...
I get asked Cadet to help. See. Okay, I don't see any questions here yet, but you can ask them in the chat still also online. The question that I have for you, because you started this female developers platform, and I think that is a really great step into increasing representation or visibility of women identifying people, female identifying people in the tech industry. Why exactly did you start it, and why do you think this visibility is so important?
Yeah, so I really started it from a completely selfish point of view, because for some reason people see me as a female who is coding and ask me if I know more females who are coding. So I got requests on LinkedIn, Twitter, whatsoever, where again, like, I appreciate that companies get more conscious about their diversity, so it's cool. But every time I got the question, I could not answer it. So I really didn't know anyone. And so I think there was one more time I got this question and I was like, no, something has to be done. So I created this project, and it's a really small scale project. I think I used 2 days for it or something. And then I shared it on Twitter and whatsoever, and it really took off. So it's so exciting because I created this platform, didn't really advertise it except for on my Twitter channels, or my one Twitter channel that has nothing going on, and Instagram. And then with the time, more and more people signed up, and now we have around 1,000 people looking at it per month without me advertising it. And it really shows me that there's a huge demand for it, which is why I'm really proud that it's going that well. And I also take a lot of pride in curating the people who are on it. So I'm looking at it and I really want to make sure it's a great resource so that it actually stands for what it should be, like great talent as it is.
Yeah, it's somehow a simple idea, but it has an amazing effect.
Yeah,
so
it's
I think
really
it's
simple idea. It was inspired by the German telephone book, which is yellow, and I was like, yeah, this is what it's going to look like. It was a really fast project, but again, works out quite well and is received nicely, which I'm happy about.
Yes. Any more questions here? Yes, in the back, please.
There's a lot of hackathons and learning schools for getting into coding, but how can we make coding more fun if you're already a long-term coder?
That's amazing.
Because I miss that kind of,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. I think there is this concept that I came across that is called the stupid hackathon. Do you know that? No. So the concept is that you create something that doesn't make any sense. And I think maybe that's a way how to look at it. So what can you do that doesn't have a use case? Because I'm saying in your case, I would say you're doing too much real stuff with coding. So you want something that is completely useless. So maybe that's the idea, to say, I'm just going to do a project that has no use for anyone but for you. Maybe kind of disconnecting yourself from the commercial aspect and that part. But yeah, it's hard. So yeah, I don't have the wisdom to answer this one.
Maybe inspiring also for the future.
Yeah.
So to say. Any final questions here? No, then I'd also
right.
like to ask, because in the Café Robot we saw already some very nice snacks and dishes. Are there any new snacks that we can expect in the future?
I haven't come up with anything else yet. But if you have any ideas, please let me know. I got a lot of questions for cakes, actually. Yeah.
So maybe
but I
in the
haven't
sweet
come up
dessert
with a
kind of
word
section.
yet. Yeah. Yeah. Need to think about this as well.
And finally, you mentioned something about stickers.
Oh yeah, I have stickers. If you want some, just meet me.
Okay.
Not maybe now, but
Please have a final round of applause for Valerie.
thanks. Okay.
So now we're moving on to a 15-minute break, and then we'll have an interlude. So take your time, have a drink, visit the toilet, talk, and we'll see you back at 4:45.
want me on the motherfucking camera? The fuck are you looking like that for? Baby. No, get up. Something not good. Basic. Huh? Something not good. You seen it? Say something. You know, put all these videos together. All of them that we made, and put them all together. As we get older and older and older. Yeah, I love a bunch of videos. Stop fucking looking at me. Say something.
start to cry. Today, everything you want, I swear, it all will come true. Today, I realize how much I'm in love with you standing here. I could tell the world what it means to love. To go on from here, I can't use words, they don't say enough. Please, please, listen to me. It's taken so long to come true. And it's all for you. All for you.
Here she comes. You better watch your step. She's gone to break your heart in two. It's true. It's not hard to realize. Just look into her false-colored eyes. She'll build you up to just put you down. What a clown, 'cause everybody knows the things she does to please. She's just a little tease. See the way she walks, hear the way she talks. You're written in her book. You're number 37, have a look. She's gone to smile to make you frown. What a clown. Little boy, she's from the street. Before you start, you're already beat. She's gone to play you for a fool. Yes, it's true, 'cause everybody knows the things she does to please. She's just a little tease. See the way she walks, hear the way she talks. 'Cause everybody knows the things she does to please. She's just a little tease. Oh, oh, oh.
All right, we're gonna start with the interlude, and you don't necessarily have to stay on your seats for the people, both offline and online actually. You can also walk around, but I would really like to introduce our next artists and coders, who are Timo Hoogland and Saskia Freke, sitting next to me. Saskia Freke is an artist, creative coder, interaction designer, visual designer, and educator. And you probably know her already from her quite iconic daily ongoing art practice project, in which she creates new digital artworks every day. And Saskia has lectured at Goldsmiths and the University of Arts Utrecht. And next to her is sitting Timo Hoogland, who is a live coder, creative coder, music technologist, and educator. He live codes experimental electronic music and develops generative audiovisual compositions, installation, and performances. And he also has an active role in organizing live coding meetups and algoraves, amongst others in collaboration with Creative Coding Utrecht. And today they will combine geometric visuals coded in Hydra with experimental electronic music coded in Mercury. So please go ahead. And as I said, you can also dance, walk around, feel free to do so. And enjoy the interlude. Thanks so much for that wonderful interlude. We have still about 10 minutes left for a break. So the program is starting again at 5:30. So take the time now to get something to drink still, and then I see you back in 10 minutes.
Lover boy, devote yourself to me in greater love, excel for me, commit yourself, be good to me. Lover boy, yourself, lover boy, devote yourself to me. Devote yourself entirely. Commit yourself. Be good to me. Greatest thing due to be you to me, like synergy in greater love. Excel for me. Commit yourself, be good to me. In a world that runs this way, man to man, ooh, I say, I like a man, the man I like, down on his knees, right. Lover boy, devote yourself to me in greater love, excel for me, commit yourself, be good to me. Lover boy, yourself, lover boy. In greater love, excel for me, commit yourself, be good to me. In greater love, in greater love, in greater love, in greater love. Excel for me.
Tous les garçons et les filles de mon âge se promènent dans la rue de par deux. Tous les garçons et les filles de mon âge savent bien ce que c'est qu'être heureux. Et les yeux dans les yeux, et la main dans la main, ils s'en vont amoureux, sans peur du lendemain. Oui, mais moi, je vais seul par les rues, l'âme en peine. Oui, mais moi, je vais seul, car personne ne m'aime. Mes jours comme mes nuits sont en tout point pareils, sans joie et plein d'ennui. Personne ne murmure je t'aime à mon oreille. Tous les garçons et les filles de mon âge font ensemble des projets d'avenir. Tous les garçons et les filles de mon âge savent très bien ce qu'aimer veut dire. Et les yeux dans les yeux, et la main dans la main, ils s'en vont amoureux, sans peur du lendemain. Oui, mais moi, rester seule, car personne ne m'aime. Mes jours comme mes nuits sont en tout point pareils, sans joie et plein d'ennui. Au camp d'ombre pour moi brillera le soleil. Comme les garçons et les filles de mon âge, connaîtrai-je bientôt ce qu'est l'amour. Comme les garçons et les filles de mon âge, je me demande quand viendra le jour où les yeux dans ses yeux et la main dans sa main, j'aurai le cœur heureux, sans peur du lendemain, le jour où je n'aurai plus du tout l'âme en peine, le jour où moi aussi j'aurai quelqu'un qui m'aime.
I'm having another ache attack. I like to smoke so much weed, it's a need. I gotta have bud in my system black. Laid back with a yak and a sack of Vento with my Cadillac. Seville as a chill as opposed for the hoes. Man, I'm so high, I feel like I'm about to float up in the clouds and touch the sky. The chronic has got me so dancing amazing. I wanna smoke until I pass out. Get the mask out and let me hit it until it's running like my ass out. I'm a crash out. Ask me what's the morning, I'm yawning, so what can I say, mine? For a day, mine. I don't think that I can even go without smoking hate, mine. Don't pass me a swisher and let me split the middle and fill it with weed and lick it and light it and cheap it and pass it around to my crew, cause I know that you need. When rum niggas smoke for about a pound and it's all good in the hood. We chillin' and cheap and hanging out in the Brookwood. My nigga, I figure I need more weed so that I can choke up in it and dreaming about the chronic. I wanna smoke.
Whatever they
going.
Can you hear like different people speaking?
Embracing the uncomputable.
Not only gay.
I'm smoking and chopping up blunts every day, cause psycho acts that way. The chicken is making me wicked and paranoid. I've gotta have that hate coming up out of the ground. It's about a pound and I'm gonna get so high. Pull out my papers and then other papers and sit back and let my brain fry. Puffing no sex, no it's in my chest, my nigga, and I feel like I'm finna choke. Blow me a gun unless it's a bomb, my nigga, let's fill our bodies with smoke. I'm falling in love, I'm feeling that bug. We finna party and get so fucked. I don't know that night, cause it's about the time that we finna ride and get fucked up. Let's rap some brute, now this is what we do. We slanging and banging up on the main strip. I'm getting so high, I cannot deny. I'm starting to think some crazy shit. Rerollin' so clean, I'm hearing sirens. A nigga like me is so paranoid. I roll down the window and at the end of those crooked ass cops. We tryna avoid, keep rolling up weed. You know it's a need, my nigga. I'm feeling that Mary Jane, cause it's the most wanted and I'ma stay blunted until I feel like I'm going insane. Keep rolling up twists and stay feeling that reefer and come with this don't get in your ride and lift to the side, my nigga, cause you know that I wanna smoke.
Can I check one more thing? Is like, for example, like this. Can you see the screen clearly? So is there any weird block? Especially on the right hand side.
I'm loading up so many blunts, man. I'm smoking and choking them back to back. I'm on that blanket, do I just think I'm having another ink attack? I like to smoke so much weed, it's a need. I gotta have bud in my system black. Laid back with a yak and a sack of Vento with my Cadillac. Seville as a chill as opposed for the hoes, man, I'm so hot. I feel like I'm about to float up in the clouds and touch the sky. The The chronic has got me so dazed and amazing, I wanna smoke until I pass out. Get the mask out, and let me hit it until this chronic knocks my ass out. I'ma crash out, and sleep until morning, I'm yawning, so what can I say, mine? For a day, mine, I don't think that I can even go without smoking hate, mine. So pass me a swisher, and let me split the middle and fill it with weed. And lick it lighter than cheaper, and pass it around to my crew, cause I know that you need red rum, niggas smoke bud by the pound, and that's all good in the hood, we chillin' and
But
cheapin'.
you can still see the screen, right? But it's just
I need more weed so that I can choke. I'm feeling and dreaming about the chronic, I wanna smoke.
We're gonna start again in 2 minutes, so round up the conversations and slowly find a way back to your seats.
Like a full screen later. See if that works. Ah, yes. Right? No, I didn't. I closed it already. So there should be no screen. But I also hear someone speaking. I thought it's from your side. But I see your mic is on. I don't see you.
Yeah, I just turned my mic on. Is this working?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. So, yeah, my mic was off the whole time.
The browser, nothing.
It seems to be done now. Wait, I'll quickly ask our technician to wait with the live stream. So wait. Ik ben nog heel even bezig met wat technical. No more kids. That's me.
Okay, so it's not mine, right?
No, I'm not sure if it's, but right now I don't hear anything from your side, so that's
I still hear people talking from your side.
yeah, that could be because of my mic right now. We will turn the microphone off when we start. Sorry, what did you say after? Yeah, yeah. Could you please turn on your presentation once more because our technician is gonna make it perfectly fit on the screen. But it won't be seen yet by the physical screen.
I just have to share screen once more, right?
Yes. Or maybe we can. Maybe if you try. Is it possible to share your screen instead of Google Chrome? Because then maybe the blocks will go away.
Like this? How about this?
Yeah, I still see that block, so I have no idea what that. Yeah, yeah. So but now the block is gone, so that's great.
So now the block is gone.
Yes. I can only see the zoom bar at the bottom now.
Yep. But if I full screen, then you don't. But
Yeah. Just when you.
how about like this? Can I try once more with the Google Chrome share and see?
Yeah.
Because I need the other tape. Like something like this.
Yeah, now I do see the blocks again. But it's weird because the others didn't have that. But they I can see that. It's okay. Okay, they're gonna fix it, so it's gonna be kind of there, so it's fine. If you can you put that single. There's one at the bottom, and that's fine. But then there's a little stair up. Can you put that lower? Or? Yeah, that one. The one that you just moved.
This one. So you mean like
That's now kind of in the middle.
so
For me, at least, it's in the middle.
something like this?
Oh, Jaco, are you turning the conversation? Or maybe this is what we were hearing. Maybe the microphone from our other computer was not. Okay, mystery solved.
Is it working now?
Yeah, no, I still see that block, and it's more in the middle than it was before. So maybe you could put it.
Oh, okay. How about now? Is it? Okay, I move it.
If it's below the word vocable code, then I think it's okay.
How about now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, I just have to move the thumbnail video. I think it's interrupted maybe. So now it's fine, right?
Yeah, maybe can it be more to the right? Are they are stubborn and getting? But what are they exactly? Maybe you can just delete them, or do you need them?
I don't have
actually. Okay. Well, it's good like the way it is right now, I think. Right, Jacob? Okay. Oh, okay. Currently it's on the screen. Oh, I don't see the screen. Okay, it's good like this. So just FYI, Winnie, you're live right now.
Oh, really?
So am I, so.
Okay.
Yes, we're gonna do the introduction. So I'm gonna mute myself. Good luck.
Yes,
I can't hear you.
We're back. Welcome back after this break. And I'm very happy to introduce to you our fourth speaker of today, who is Winnie Soon. And Winnie Soon is an artistic coder and researcher working at the intersections of media and computational art, software studies, cultural studies, and code practice. And their work has appeared in museums, galleries, festivals, distributed networks, papers, and also books. Winnie is a co-author of 2 books titled Aesthetic Programming and Handbook for Software Studies and Fix My Code. And they are the associate professor at Aarhus University in Denmark. Winnie, please take the digital floor.
Should I start? Because I can't hear quite clearly from your end.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. I just joined in like an hour ago again. Saw some of the presentation, which was really, really nice. And so excited to be here, to be with you. And also thanks for everyone online and offsite joining the symposium. And as Rosa mentioned, my name is Winnie Soon, an artistic coder and researcher born and raised in Hong Kong, and currently in Denmark. I've been always impressed, actually, by the community here in Creative Coding Utrecht, with many great people and events happening. And for example, early this year, I've also exhibited the artwork, Vocable Code, that I will show in a minute, as part of Rainbow Ends in the Netherlands, and curated by Seyp and also Fabian. And now with this Creative Coding Symposium, the team is in the Creative Coding Utrecht, has been putting this wonderful symposium with many great people involved, speakers, and also workshops. And I'm really excited and grateful to be part of this community today. And for today, I'm planning to simply share my 3 of my key projects that I've been working on, and also like they are somehow code related. So I sort of frame my talk as aesthetic coding practice, but really along the line of my projects that I'm working on, and also the coming projects that I will work on as well. So let me change the slide. Okay. So to start with, I just want to situate my research and practice in relation to Creative Coding Symposium. And I take the term creative coding in a very broad sense, including aesthetics, politics, practice, and pedagogy. I also heard some of you earlier speakers mention about how to teach coding, creative coding in an educational context. And of course, that's also related to literacy as well, how to learn and also unlearn coding. So my practice is really in computational art. Writing software is sort of my medium, I would say, and this can be manifest in many forms, right? You saw like live coding, although I'm not a live coder, but it can be manifest in like physical installation, a piece of software, or a browser add-on, even a poem, a code poem, a book, a website, an image, and so on. But the way how I make computational art is influenced by the tradition of software art genre, especially in the 90s and 2000s. And it has its roots in conceptual art, especially in relation to language-based art in the 60s. But academically speaking, my research is also situated in the fields of software studies that Rosa just mentioned, which is an interdisciplinary area that draws upon cultural studies, critical theory, and computer science. So many of my works with a recurring theme or topic, I would say, something around like digital censorship, the very material aspects of liveness, like real-time processing, something that you just saw, like the live coding that people code and then execute it on the fly, this kind of indeterminacy. I'm really interested in that. And also thinking about wider political and cultural aspect of computation, particularly in relation to like invisible infrastructure, something that is not so apparent to us. And there's a discrepancy between what we see and what is actually happening behind. But I do not see software as a separate unit, not necessarily just only code like software, because I also aware it's very closely related to data, networks, and so on. And then also aesthetics of program code is also something that I've been really interested in. And in my daily encounters, especially in my work context, so code is still often bound to science and engineering disciplines, the so-called like STEM. We hear about this term many times. But in that sense, I'm interested in querying the normativity of technology, such as how coding is perceived by the society, what forms of social norms and hegemonic social relations that are produced, and how can we challenge the solutionists, this kind of solution-oriented approaches, and also the power structure of technology. Then how can we learn code or learn coding otherwise? And some of the earlier speakers sort of introduced many different ways like food and code, and it's really great. I mean, like it's very accessible, and also to think about how we can learn programming in a more like accepting like the indeterminacy, accepting the uncertainty, and so on. And there are some of the examples that I use, especially the term queer, more specifically to queer the intersection of technical and also artistic practice as a critical process. So this is sort of give you the context of my background and how I look into like creative coding and how I see coding also like with criticism or some kinds of like critical perspective towards computational culture. So I will introduce 3 projects today, but actually more than 3, but group into like 3 big genre, I would say. So the first one is called Net Art Generator, which is an early net art piece developed in 1997, written in the Perl programming language. The project is first created by the German artist Cornelia Solfrank in 1997. But then this application was broken in 2017 due to the change of Google Image Search API, because this is also the project. The latest version of the project rely on the Image Search API application programming interface to extract images, which I will show you in a minute. And I have also collaborated with her to sort of fix her code, like because there's some problem with the Google Image Search API, and then the work didn't work anymore. So she approached me, and then we talk about like not just only the technical aspect of software or of code, but also fixing. It's also allowed me to think about the politics of technology as well. So the work is really simple. I just quickly show you. So this is like the web interface, nac.iap.de. And then there's a create button. So so anyone can put in like different terms, like can be creative coding, can be like queer, can be Winnie Soon, can be Rosa, like creative coding, Utrecht, whatever. And then you just click the create button, and then it immediately sends through the Google Search API to extract images that Google thinks are relevant to your term, right? And then the net art generator sort of like based on the images selected, and then to composite like an image collage based on the individual images. So for this particular project, like even you like using the same keywords to search, at any moment of time, it actually generates a new image all the time. So this is like the second version of creative coding, like with a collage, applying with different kind of visual effects. Right. So I really like this project because on the one hand, I stop at this screen. I think it's more appealing maybe. So I like this project because on the one hand, it is very functional. It's also accessible and also long lasting. It exists for more than 20 years as a net art piece. If you can imagine like MySpace or Friendster, those website has been already obsolete, right? So, and also it has a functional value because when I need a copyright-free image to put on my slides, then I will just go on this website and then I can just generate an image on the fly and then I can use it, right? And on the other hand, the project is also highly conceptual and critical with the history of like hacking the male-dominated media art competition back then in 1997. So the first idea was that because the media art scene was like a lot of like gender imbalance, so Collinia created this work sort of like to generate a lot of different kinds of artworks in order to submit to a competition at that time back then in 1997, and then plug in with a lot of fake women names and also email address in order to pretend there are a lot of women's entries in the competition. So, but also the work speak to many contemporary issues, I think, that have been exist. For example, like even what we are now discussing, especially in relation to AI, like what is creativity, what is machine-generated art, and also the question of authorship and copyright in the digital realm. And more recently, I have to move this. I want to show you this link, which is the book Fix My Code that I have been working with Collinia and just published early this year, which is a free and open access ebook. So we have co-written this book called Fix My Code to unfold the politics of search regarding the handling of free API requests and how it is actually working for non-profit organization and how that influences the wider artistic practice in general when there are a lot of different artworks depends on API, for example, like Twitter bots and other things, right? And also when the internet becomes more platform driven, owned by giant companies and also operated with standardization of protocols. So the book sort of like discussing these kind of different issues and what does it mean by infrastructure? What does it mean by like maintaining a software? What kinds of care and preservation that we have to be aware when we work with institutions like museums and so on. So that's the work that I've been working with Collinia. And I think for this particular artwork, Net Art Generator, it is not just only like a functional tool, right? That you can, I mentioned, like you can generate an image, a machine generated art, if you like to call it in this way, but it becomes also like a conceptual tool for us to think about computational culture. And then in our recent collaboration, building upon Net Art Generator, again with Collinia, so we base on the infrastructure of Net Art Generator that you just saw, that you can input keywords and then generate an image, the collage. And we developed a project called Net Art Generator Bash. It is just only this tiny piece of source code, 5 lines written in Bash programming language, and a series of images that are produced by it within the course of 2 weeks. So I will show you some images, very beautiful flowers, I would say. So for this script, it generates Warhol flowers as the keyword search, and it generates like every day at midnight time, Silicon Valley, California time. But because the server is now located in Hamburg, so it's CET time at 9 o'clock at that time when I work on this project. So you can also see like the naming of the project, like Anonymous, Warhol Flowers, October 14th at 9 o'clock, 6 seconds, and 2021. So the point of having like, it is like California, Silicon Valley time is because Google has offered the free 100 requests of their API, and they set this is their rate limit, which is 100. No matter you are a commercial company or you are an educational organization or you are a nonprofit organization. So basically anyone just only have 100 free requests to call this API. So in that sense, the project is very much depends on Google. And I think they are all very beautiful images. So this particular project explores human and machine agency in image creation and generations. And in particular, really building upon the Net Art Generator that Collinia has earlier on developed. and particularly she's interested in like the copyright issues, especially with the internet, the machines. And she has been working on like Warhol flowers for such a long time. So this is sort of like a continuation of that, but this kind of bash script that we have developed is more like automate the process of image generation and to bypass the web interface that I have shown you. So basically the user just install the script and then it just let it run on the server every day. And then you don't really have to go to the website or, you know, like enter the keywords and then image automatically generate every day in the server or in your computer if you install it locally, right? So in a way, the project sort of produced unique results of machine-generated art. But of course, the project is still very much depend on Google. So this is the first project that I want to show you all, and also set the scene about like a lot of the time when I work with code or creative coding is also deal with different kinds of criticism in relation to computational culture. So the second project that I want to mention is the recent book that we have published with Jeff Cox. The book titled Aesthetic Programming, a Handbook of Software Studies. And it is an open access and also like free and open source published by Open Humanities Press. But the project exists in many different forms, including the one like the book, the physical book, but also it comes with like the website as well, like an interactive website, and also like a PDF, which is free for download, but then also with a Git repository as well. So this is sort of like an interface of the aesthetic programming with different chapters here. And for example, like the chapter like query data, and every chapter also with like a sample sketch that is attached like with widgets that attach on the web, can change the source code and also can run the program on the fly as well. So it really means like some kinds of like educational handbook that can be used by both the educators and the students as well. But the book is more than something that you see really on the usual bookshelf, like Programming Language X for Dummies. So both Jeff and I want to discuss the politics and aesthetics of code alongside learning to code practically and technically. And in particular, we are interested in power relations that are relatively under-acknowledged in technical subjects concerning like class struggles, capitalism, gender and sexuality, as well as race and the legacies of colonialism. So things like how power differentials are implicit in code in terms of binary logic, hierarchies, naming of the attributes, and how particular worldviews are reinforced and perpetuated through computation. So the book really explores the technical as well as cultural imaginaries of programming from its inside, starting to like how to code, like from basic geometry to loop and functions, and then APIs, and even machine learning as well. So in a way, so the setup of this is to better understand the politics and aesthetics of algorithmic procedures, data processing, and abstractions. And the other version of it is we also have the repository, which is sit on GitLab right now, which document all our process in updating the code. And also like our designers from open source publishing also involved in working on this repository together, that we can see this beautiful website is actually designed and implemented by them as well. But the point of having a repository is more than just to show, oh, okay, this is open source, and we have different source code. But really the idea behind is that we really want to open up how to learn programming and what might be the essential elements that we think are useful for teaching and learning. So in a way, anyone can really fork the whole book. And then we are also encouraged and open, it's an open invitation for people like who might think like the chapter that we are putting in like is like maybe something that might not be useful in your case. You might want to incorporate more like a more local context of references, or even add a chapter, or you even like change some of the settings and references as well. So in a way, we want to see aesthetic programming as like a computational object that is open for modification and versioning. And we invite anyone to fork a copy and add their own content and references, as I mentioned, to develop a version that is more like a situated usage, situated knowledge, instead of like a universal programming book. This is how programming should be taught. You know? So in this way, the book really introduces and demonstrates the reflexive practice of aesthetic programming, engaging with learning to program as a way, not just learning it technically, but as a way to understand and question existing technological objects and paradigms, and explore the potential of reprogramming wider eco-social technical systems. And then what we are working on right now, we are developing a traditional Chinese version with a team of people in Taiwan. So Jeff and I, and together with the team, we are also coming up, I think in February next year, we are leading a critical code studies working group online, which is free for anyone to join. So it is part of like the critical code studies lab in the US, and they have different track. And in particular, Jeff and I are now working towards the track on programming for like communities and thinking about accessibilities and inclusivity. So two of the discussion threads that we are going to discuss with the audience during the critical code working group. One is around like this kind of situated aesthetic programming. And then the second thread will be more around like, what does it mean by forking a book or forking a software? And what does it mean by translation? What is the politics of translation? When it's already like programming language in itself is already very colonial in a way, because a lot of the programming language that we use nowadays in English, for example, are developed with the Western ideology, right? So what that means when it comes into a Chinese context, what kind of things that we have to be aware, and what are the different terms that might lead us to think differently about programming. So this is the second project about aesthetic programming around teaching, pedagogy, and also like the ways of learning or unlearning coding. And then the last project that I want to mention is the genre of code poetry or code work, which is a term coined by Alan Sohim in 2001. So in this genre, usually these kind of code works are linked with a field called electronic literature. So something around literary studies. And I don't see like it's a surprising link. The reason is because when we write code, it's often in a particular language, right? Python as a programming language, P5 as a JavaScript language, but also it is a language as well, right? So there's a similarity between coding and language writing, right? In that sense, if language can be a poem that can read aloud, that can be performed with your own voice, so perhaps code can be done in a similar fashion as well. So in that sense, code work, the genre of code work is really considered code as text, concerning writing and coding as an experimental literary practice. As also described by Rita Raleigh, the idea is to bring the function and code of the computer to a kind of visibility. And I also see this is very much similar to maybe live coding as well, like having, like just now we saw the live coding performance also with the coding and execution, the performativity of it, but also like you can see it's make it apparent and visible with the source code as well. So this is the image that you see right now is a sort of a snippet of code in JavaScript, part of the work called Foggable Code. So for me, code work is a mix of computer language and human languages, exploring the material and linguistic tension between like coding, writing, and reading. And the poetic of code work is about making sense of the language, I would say. So early this year, I have mentioned Foggable Code has been exhibited as part of Rainbow Ends in Utrecht. So this is the image of the work as an installation with two interfaces, one showing the source code on the left, and then on the right, which is like the executed version on how the code is being executed. Right? So it's very different. One is like full of code lines, and then the other one is like just only short sentences, I would say. So, and I developed this notion of queer code as a way to think through normativity of code, such as code naming, hierarchy, writing, and structure. I want to show you a little bit about the work.
Paranodal.
Possa. No.
A false dilemma.
Dirty.
To me.
Colorful.
Intricacies.
Not no, not close.
Possa. No. Dirty.
Embracing the uncomputable.
Dancing to our own tempo.
Often a brave.
So the work, I don't know how to like sort of unmute mute the web browser, but sort of like give you an idea about like on the right hand side just now you saw it, which is the executed version of the code, and I invite a lot of friends and also like people who are interested in donate their voice. With the starting sentence, start with queer is, and then they can think of, help me to think of the ways on how to continue the line. And on the left-hand side of the code, then you also see that I've shown you earlier, like the code in a way, written in a way that is very linguistic and very poetic, like let with pride, let what is queer, let queer rights, let speak, let voices, let queers. You know? So I also perform with the source code as well, but just to give you an idea about like code as a poetry, and also this genre of code work that they are like already like in the field of electronic literature that people are working on. But building upon code work, this idea of working with the source code language, as a continuation of this code work, I have been working. Something is new, I guess, working on something around code contract lately. And it literally means to develop a code contract written in the form of computer and natural languages. So you can imagine like code contract is something like an insurance or rental contract in the form of code, right? So we usually deal with contract in the form of like written paper with a lot of jargons, with a lot of terms that you might not necessarily understand fully about the terms and conditions, right? So in a way, these kind of code contract express both functional purposes and language poetics. So also seeing like code as law or law as code or code as poetic text. And I also want to acknowledge Megan Ma, who has a background in law. And right now we are collaborating on a piece working on an insurance contract. So she is interested in linguistics and working in this area scholarly. And she poses a new genre called critical legal coding, which is part of her PhD project. And it is a relatively new area, I would say. And I have a conversation with her before, and she told me that there's already an area called visual contract with the aim to make it easier to understand. And there's a functional value and can be part of the binding legal document. And she came up with this idea of code, maybe another way forward in the field of law, to think about like the poetics of the law terms, but also at the same time, it carries the functionality of it. So it seems a little bit abstract, so I'll give you an example. So this last project I want to show you is two code contracts in the form of code work, as I mentioned earlier. This is a project called Foconomy, which is something I developed in collaboration with Li Jitong. He's a Taiwanese artist. So the project itself is about the ownership of the South China Sea, which is highly political object because it is related to geopolitical territorial claims by various Asian countries' governments. It is one of the most busiest route for international trade, but it's also highly political in a way. So that is the object of studies. And we are putting like ideas of selling 1 milliliter of the pirated ocean and put it into auction with workshop participants and to discuss ownership type and code of conduct, how to preserve the ocean, what are the things that we have to maintain if we have a committee, a lot of people like working with the ocean, and how can we encounter or care for indigenous people who are already working with the sea, you know? And of course, it's the geopolitics of the ocean as well. So the first version of Poconomy is, you can see on the screen on the left-hand side, is something like a piece of code contract or code certificate, we call it in the first version, which is not executable. But we pay attention to the performativity of natural languages. So just to give you an example, like line 4 to 6, like queer ocean, get ocean, return ocean. So it's kind of poetics when you read aloud or when you look at the code. And this project is part of the exhibition in Taiwan last year, and Jitong and I performed verbally on site as if like a poetry reading. As you can see, the code work check in like some kinds of necessary elements to make a transaction. So for example, who is the owner, who is the buyer, what is the licensing terms, what are the code of conduct that have to follow if we own 1 milliliter of the ocean. So the second version of Poconomy, which is now also exhibiting in Taiwan, we also work with transactional artwork as a continuation. But this time, this code contract is executable, and it is written in Bash programming language. So the bottom left corner is very small, like white words, is how the code is being executed, what will be the output of this code. The program allows user to input their name and also formulate the real contract with the current date and timestamps. So for this project, we have developed 3 contracts, the English version, the Chinese version, as well as this code contract. And we've also put it on the NFT for people to buy it with the aim to gather more co-owners to think conceptually and critically about the matters of decentralization of protocols. So we don't get the money, as the money is used to generate endless addition as an infinite loop. So instead of normally what we see on NFT with like limited addition, we want to make it like endless, and the contribution for each buyer contribute to the continuation of the generation of the ownerships. So this is the Poconomy project that I've started to find interested in working and see the applications of code work or code poem is kind of quite exciting for me. And then the next project that I'm now working with Megan, as I mentioned earlier, which is a code contract for an insurance company. Not for an insurance company, I would say, not for them, but they have the insurance contract, and then we try to think about the politics of contract, basically. Because a lot of the time when we think about contract, there's always power imbalance, because the contract usually written in a form that is more geared towards to the seller, the companies. And normally when as a user to buy it, you don't necessarily know what is not being covered, right? And also there are a lot of terms that are very ambiguous, right? In a way, it is a contract written to protect for the companies, not the buyer, right? So we are sort of developing along this line of critical legal coding genre as a way to make code work as a critique of insurance contract or this kind of contract. But at the same time, it also have its functional purposes as well to sort of get an idea of what the contract is about. So I hope it is not too weird with these projects, but I find it's just so exciting to share in this context. I think it's more in terms of the possibility of coding. and how we can see code can be like also not just only about visually how it looks, or also like how we can hear, like how can we hear music, but at the same time code as poem, as language. It can be also another dimension to look into creative coding as well. So that's pretty much of my sharing, and I'm happy to take questions and have a conversation with you all. I just stopped sharing my screen. Hello.
Thank you so much, Winnie. That's a lot of food for thought as well. And I saw your work in the Rainbows End exhibition, and I was really fascinated by it. So it was nice to hear you speak more and tell more about that project. I wanted to, as a first question, to zoom in a bit on a term that you used quite often throughout the presentation, which was the politics of technology and data. And I was wondering if you could expand a bit more on what you mean exactly when you say the politics of technology.
Oh, okay. So I think it's a good question. Like I think if you talk about the politics, is really down to the power dynamics of technologies in general. So maybe I use a very simple examples like social media, like Facebook, for example, that we use it as a user, like to have ongoing, like Facebook frame it as like for online communication, for example, right? But often a lot of the time, I think this is also like putting in the mainstream as well, like the company is not just only providing the service, free service, but also using the data in order to develop sophisticated technology to target for more ads that are more relevant. And the main goal is not really about your communication, that facilitating. The main goal is about profit making. Right? So in that sense, there are also a lot of things that is hidden from us, like the algorithm of the Facebook. And for example, like what kind of social media feeds that we often see and not see, right? So in a way, like the politics of technology, if I had to explain in a line, it could be something like what is being included, what is being excluded.
Thank you, that was very clear. Any questions so far in the room here or online? I see a question coming up. It goes as follows in the online chat. You mentioned that a person should know how to learn coding and unlearn coding. If I'm not mistaken, can you explain, what do you mean by unlearning coding?
I can't hear. It's quite blurred. The conversation. I can't really hear the question.
That has happened before. Sorry. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
A question from the chat is that you mentioned that a person should know how to learn coding, but also how to unlearn coding.
Mm-hmm.
And this person is wondering what exactly you mean by unlearning coding.
You mean learning or unlearning? Learning, right?
Unlearning.
Oh, unlearning. Okay. So I guess it's like this is also one of the way that has been historical. I mean, coding has been historically and culturally rooted in a very particular way of learning to program. So, or at least from my work context, or in my previous work experience, when you talk about like learning to code or to teach coding, it's often down to like very solutionist approach and for example, like a particular apps that you want to develop, which is fine, like there's different ways of learning, and also like paying in particular attention into like the efficiency of code. How can we use the minimal lines in order to write the code, because memory is expensive, for example, right? And also like make sure everything has to be accurate and you have everything planned in advance, like a waterfall approach in terms of coding. So of course, I know in the creative coding scene, this already has been expanded in many ways. But when you look at the curriculum in the entire world, there's still like the major ways of learning to code in this kind of step-by-step and science and engineering approach, and not necessarily appreciate experimentation of code. And also like, for example, like in the last speaker, for example, like she also mentioned about like stupid hackathon, for example, like we can also do something that is nonsense, that is not necessarily have a particular commercial function of it. And a lot of the programming books in the market that we see, for example, like there are a lot of examples that is taken from like the industry, and to deploy these examples in the industry as well, right? So my question about like how can we learn or unlearn coding is how can we think about learning to code otherwise? Are there any other different approaches? Like some of you mentioned about like creative coding approach, which is also like focusing on like more experimental approach or creative approach. But beyond this, can we also have other kinds of approach? For example, like taking up more like the humanistic tradition, for example, like how can we learning to code, but at the same time aware about the binary logic of the computation, like why particular type with Boolean and what might be the consequences in the world. So when we work with like interaction technologies, like mouse events or keyboard events or capturing like your facial recognition. So how can we also teach coder to also aware of the ethical issues and the potential implications of coding as well? Am I answered the question?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. I think I'm also looking at the time as a final question. Can you hear me now, Winnie?
Yeah.
Okay, great. What I would like to know more about is, so you combine code practice and artistic coding as well with academic research. And these fields have connections, but they're also very different. So I was wondering, how do these practices inform each other, and how do you navigate the space in between?
It's really good question. I guess it's for me, I don't see it as such a demarcated areas, I have to say, because both of my research and my practice also looking into cultural studies, software studies, or critical perspective on technology, and thinking about what is being invisible, what are being made invisible in the infrastructure. So in a way, I see these can be approached from an academic context, but this also can be like through coding or through making artworks as a way to express or unfold this kind of invisibility as well. So another way of thinking about like the merge between academic and artistic practice is to think about artistic practice as a method or as a methodology to help to approach to a particular research questions in academia. So I do not see them as separated also because I see them, they are actually informing each other. Like reading, for example, like Foucault or other different critical texts also help me to think about the infrastructure differently, about like the notion of gaze and also like biopolitics, for example. And it's also helped me to frame my artistic project in a different ways. And likewise, when I work with code in particular or making artistic software, that's also fit into the way of how I understand different theoretical concepts as well. So I see they are mutually informing each other.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Winnie, for presenting today and sharing your thoughts and your work. I think it was very inspiring, and I have to say goodbye now. So thanks for joining us.
Thanks everyone for your questions, and I'm so happy to be part of today, and enjoy everyone.
And then we're gonna move on to the next speaker who's also joining us online, Jazmin Morris. Jazmin Morris is a creative computing artist and educator. Her personal practice and research explore representation and inclusivity within technology. And she uses free and open source tools to create digital experiences that highlight issues surrounding gender, race, and power, and focusing on complexities within simulating culture and identity. Jazmin teaches at Central St. Martin's, and also at the University of Art in London, and is here to speak to us today. Welcome, Jazmin.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Amazing. I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much. I've been teaching all day today, but I've just about been able to keep up with the stories, and every speaker has been amazing by the looks of things. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. And thank you for tuning in to hear me speak as well. If we're all good, am I good to just get into it and go for it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. I have, I'm going to take you through a talk that I've created using Twine, if anybody knows what that is. And if not, then it's built into the talk to speak a bit about Twine anyway. And then I'm going to share some new work with you because I thought, why not? And I'm really hoping that all of that takes half an hour or less. And I'll leave plenty of time for a Q&A at the end, all being well. So let me share my screen and then I'll get into it. Oh, perfect. Look at that. I think we're all good. So if I full screen this. Are we seeing this okay? It should just say hello. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to get on with things then. I've got the okay that you can see that. So, hello, and thank you for tuning in. I've kind of already said that. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. I think the host has done a pretty good job of that already, but maybe I can expand a tiny bit. So let me introduce myself. So yeah, I am a creative computing artist and educator. I made that up myself. I don't know if anyone else has that title or resonates with it, but a big part of what I do is education. And again, I will expand on that and why I feel it's important. And then, you know, when I get time, I do work as an artist, predominantly in the field of creative computing, be that as a medium or as a concept. So yeah, I do both, and they're very interlinked as well, which I will expand on again later in the talk. Work at Central St. Martin's on the graphic design course as their lead digital tutor, which is super nice. And I also work at the Creative Computing Institute. So my role there is quite interesting. Half of it is lecturing in creative computing, and the other half is working in digital outreach, which again is a term that I made up myself. And I'm very lucky that the CCI just supported me to do what I wanted there. But yeah, you know, I work with young people in the local community. So obviously I am UK based. If anyone's good at UK accents, you might be able to place mine from North England. I'm from Yorkshire, but I'm based in London now. And the Creative Computing Institute is based in Southeast London. So we work with our community. I work with our community in Southeast London, young people, disadvantaged people, and, you know, create spaces to have critical conversations about technology and to help people feel empowered to make their own stuff. And I do that through basically upskilling. So yeah, that is what I do in a nutshell. Also love doing talks like this. I do a lot of them. And there's a strong link between my practice and pedagogy. For anybody that doesn't know what pedagogy means, I'm going to quickly go over that. So pedagogy is the method of practice and teaching, especially an academic subject or theoretical concept. I'm only going into this because it's relevant. So pedagogy basically is the way that you deliver the content that you teach, basically the relationship between the content that you're teaching and how the method of practice of teaching that. We all have different ways that we communicate information. So the strong link between my practice and pedagogy. So we've already gone over this, which is great. My personal practice and research explore representation and inclusivity within technology. And yes, I use free and open source tools like Twine to create digital experiences that highlight issues specifically surrounding gender identity, race, and power. And I focus on the complexities within simulating culture and identity. So these are the topics that I'm interested in my practice. So if I now kind of link that to my pedagogy and explain, what I do there by clicking here. So basically, in a nutshell, cyberspace is not a representative space for all bodies. And I can imagine, maybe some of the other speakers have covered this, or maybe you've got your own thoughts and opinions around that already. I'm obviously not anti-cyberspace. It's one of the spaces that I feel, most expressive, safest. Cyberspace is a term that's like used quite a lot. So when I use it, I'm meaning basically any web-based or kind of technology-aided experience. So maybe immersive environments as well, games, so on and so forth. So anyway, it's not representative of all bodies, identities. Therefore, I empower people to criticize it and show them how to make their own shit. And I do that through working in higher education. As I've explained, I work with students day in, day out, and participating in lots of outreach work as well. So just to kind of quickly expand on some of the recent outreach projects that I've done, I've worked with a couple of galleries, one in London, one in Sheffield, which is another city in the UK. And they've got a community of young people that work with that gallery. Often galleries have that, youth engagement. So I've been working with that community of young people and running narrative and storytelling workshops with them, actually. So we've been creating like 3D animation stories and using Twine again, actually. And then I've done some really nice 3D design workshops recently, one with the young people's community in Southeast that I work with, and another with this gorgeous community of female herbalists based in Lancashire, actually. So yeah, kind of been doing things like that for years now, just working with different communities. And yeah, as I said, just kind of empowering people to criticize tech, but at the same time showing them how to use it so that they can respond to what they're criticizing and really just like build their own stuff. I really feel that that's the conclusion that I've come to so far in my practice and research, is that the best way to confront these problems that we're all talking about and all aware of is diversifying the field of creative computing. And the only way to diversify the field of computing is getting people into it and showing them how to use it. So that is the link between my practice and pedagogy. And that's why working in education feels really relevant to me, and like a real privilege, actually, as well. So enough about me and what I'm doing. Anyway, where are we? So I've kind of mentioned it already, and some of you may know. So Twine is niche, but if you know it, you know it. But we're in Twine. That's what I'm hosting my talk on at the moment. So that's where we are. Why Twine? So there are 4 points that I'd like to cover, because Twine enables me to speak about the kind of 4 things that I'm interested in at the moment. I realized that it was a tool to kind of talk about concepts and theories that I'm approaching in my practice at the moment. So I'm going to speak a little bit about open source, a little bit about its strong and diverse community. And then I've got a 4-minute talk that I'd like to show you, actually. I think we've got time. Apologies. I think we've got time. I've got 20 minutes with you still. So yeah, a talk on hyperlinks, which is hilarious. I absolutely love it. And then, yeah, this idea of playful communication. And then I'll go ahead and share my, really quickly share my new works with you, and then we can have a chat at the end. So open source. Literally, for anyone that doesn't know what open source is, just to make sure this talk is super accessible, it's basically software that's developed in a really transparent way and released under a copyright that grants users the power to use, edit, redistribute the code, the source code. So for example, you make a game, you release it open source, everyone can see the code behind it, and not only can they see it, but they can use it and redistribute it and edit it. I'm a really strong believer in open source, and I might speak a little bit about it later later on if I get time to expand. But I'm also looking at the moment at how we can use open source as a design methodology and how it can exist in spaces outside of software and computing as well, as a way of approaching things in life and moving away from finished products that are owned by someone and moving towards collaborative projects that have shared ownership and an infinite amount of like users and editors. So in summary, open source software encourages transparency and accessibility in the industry, and Twine happens to be open source. It's got a strong and diverse community. So to speak a little bit more specifically about Twine now and why I enjoy using it and why I'm leading this talk on it, its community is really beautiful. So this is a quote from Eden Fuller. Twine has a strong community of otherwise marginalized game developers. With so many barriers to entry removed, Twine has empowered creators who might otherwise have never made a game. So I'm also a big believer in, you know, how games can be used as modes of communication to confront complex topics through play. We can talk about them. And on top of that, otherwise marginalized stories, marginalized people. I think that gaming is a format that gives them a voice and able to tell stories and bring them into the mainstream or closer to the mainstream. So game developing's hard though. It's pretty inaccessible. Might have heard of things like Unity, Unreal Engine. They're not the easiest softwares to grasp. Twine is different. You don't really need to code unless you want to take your game, you know, way further. As I said, it's open source, it's free, it's web-based, you don't even need to download anything. And once you've made the game or the interactive experience, shall I say, you can export it as a HTML file and upload it anywhere, somewhere like GitHub, again, free, open source, and get your stories heard. And there is a strong community of queer game developers. I know that much on Twine. So if you're interested, check out Anna Anthropy's work and Porpentine, Porpentine. They are telling beautiful queer stories using Twine as a medium to do so. And I'm sure there are many more. And I think that's really important. So I often do run workshops that cover Twine as well, because you know, I've witnessed some beautiful stories that have come out of workshops that I've run as well, and it's amazing. And I also work with Twine with the students as well. So yeah, big fan of its community too. And then we're going to talk about hyperlinks. So if you haven't already noticed, this talk is just a series of hyperlinks that are just leading to web pages, and that's basically what Twine enables us to do. I think that hyperlinks are really underrated. They're really, really powerful things, and they lead us off to branches, maps of the web. They were one, you know, they're HTML, they're old school, they've been around for a long time. In Web 1.0, when we were first using the internet, it consisted of like headings and hyperlinks and paragraphs. There wasn't much else, so they're really archaic. And the fact that we use them so much still now, I think is really prominent. I do have time. I'm going to play a quick video. I might stop it a little bit short, if anything, but this is Ted Nelson speaking about hyperlinks. I think it's really important. Yeah, we can criticize Ted Nelson. He's one of the early internet pioneers. And of course, representation-wise, he's a cis male presenting white man for sure. However, I think some of his ideas and the way that he approached the web is absolutely amazing. And Ted Nelson is like someone that I go to when I'm thinking about like the potential of the web and the history of the web. So let me know if the sound is okay, and then we'll play this. Oh, this is just a bit of a joke. It would be a shame not to hyperlink to something here.
Back to the very early times.
Did that come through okay? Just give me a yes. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to full screen this, turn it right up and play this.
Times of speculative concepts of a connected world. In the early 60s, many years before the first Apple personal computer, A young thinker, Ted Nelson, had his own ideas about creating a computer network. The web, as we know it, took a different route, but Nelson's ideas are still dormant.
It was an experience of water and interconnection. I was with my grandparents in a rowboat in Chicago, so I must have been 5 years old, and I was trailing my hand in the water. And I thought about how the water was moving around my fingers, opening on one side and closing on the other. And that changing system of relationships where everything was kind of the similar, kind of the same, and yet different. That was so difficult to visualize and express. And just generalizing that to the entire universe, that the world is a system of ever-changing relationships and structures, struck me as a vast truth, which it is. And so interconnection and expressing that interconnection has been the center of all of my thinking. And all my computer work has been about expressing and representing and showing interconnection among writings, especially. And writing is the process of reducing a tapestry of interconnection to a narrow sequence. And this is, in a sense, illicit. This is a wrongful compression of what should spread out. In today's computers, they betrayed that because there's no system for decent cut and paste, and they changed the meaning of the words cut and paste and pretended it was the same thing. So a guy named Larry Tesler, whom I consider to be a good friend, nevertheless changed those words, and I consider that to be a crime against humanity, and he doesn't understand why, because humanity has no decent writing tools. In any case, this is the problem of interconnection and representation and sequentialization, all similar to the issue of water. So here we have a parallel presentation that shows a quotation connected to its original context. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And where is that from? That is from the King James Bible. So we can step down to the next quotation. Adam and Lilith immediately began to fight, and that is from the alphabet of Ben Sira. And so as we pull back, we can see successive pages coming up to connect with their sources or with their linked contents.
Okay, I am going to stop that there just to make sure we don't run out of time. What are we on? Cool, just about okay. I added that video for a bit of satire as well. I love how angry he is. You know, it's okay to be angry. But I just think he sums it up well. And I think that connection in that way, the internet would have been a really different place. And I do agree, we've lost that element of trace, which I think has allowed for a lack of responsibility in development and users of the web. So yeah, just wanted to cover that. And that's why I'm like so passionate about hyperlinks. And then lastly, Twine aids playful communication. So all I mean by that is basically Twine assists creators in telling their stories in a playful and interactive format. I kind of covered that already anyway, and why I think that that's important. But yeah, I really believe in games as and play and tinkering as a mean of learning and telling stories and communicating ideas. Okay, so we're almost there. As I said, I'd like to spend the rest of the time to share some new work with you. So the pieces are a response to my two current research topics, again, which I've kind of already gone over. So this idea of open source as a design methodology, and then it kind of turned into a little bit more of a manifesto. And then this representation of identity in cyberspace, particularly immersive environments. So both of these works that I'd like to share with you, and I hope you're not sick of my voice yet, but I think the best way and the most accessible way to share these is through reading them out. They're actually, one's a short essay and one's a poem. So it's actually not probably the same as some of the beautiful, like I can imagine, very interactive, very design-based work that you've been seeing today. But what's different about this poem and this essay is that they're hosted in README files on GitHub, because I'm also interested in README as another a means of communication, and I'm interested in hosting literature on the web in this way. A little bit because of the reasons that Ted Nelson covers. I think it's quite an interesting way of archiving things and tying them back to their creators. So anyway, I think I've just about got time to share these with you. So first of all, we're going to look at this kind of, I don't know what it is. Maybe it is a short essay, maybe it's a manifesto, I'm not quite sure. But here it is on GitHub, and it's called In Between Binary. And you can see there's some ASCII art illustrations to complement the writing. So In Between Binary is an experimental essay written by me in the format of a README. Historically, Black and or queer folk and other marginalised identities have been undocumented and erased by colonial lenses. Now, the binary structures that are facilitating our existence continue to censor, surveil and delete. We are presented with interfaces that feed addiction but do not water expression. We are encouraged to use and discouraged to question. We are trapped in languages that we cannot speak, and when we learn to speak them, they advance. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. My HTML stands for Hope, Transcendence, Moon, and Love. My Python does not bite. My C# is blunt. We are forced to exist between the binary. Therefore, we must learn to thrive here. The binary body confuses and disorients, pitting our interests against one another across modalities of otherness. Legacy Russell 2020. I am not sure if we can decolonize a web that was built on our suffering and capitalizes on our pain. The very fibers of our so-called hardware are stolen. They call it modern slavery, but what makes slavery modern? When we look at the history of digital devices, it is quite clear that the burden of digital media's device production is borne disproportionately by the women of colour who make them. It's a really interesting essay by Lisa Nakamura on Indigenous hardware. The system is broken, and so I ask, what does software feel like? What if binary was bent? What if the web was a home and not a sticky trap? I recently did a workshop with a community of female herbalists. One woman touched me when she quoted the ancient Egyptians and said, a society that advances technically without advancing spiritually is destined for failure. And her name is Riaz. Riaz is an elder, a possessor of healing herbalist knowledge. Where is the space for her spirit in their code? We are forced to exist between the binary, therefore we must learn to thrive here. On thriving. Redistribution. We must work to redistribute knowledge, power and resources, foster a world in which skills are shared, not bought, translate and create code and information in the native languages spoken by Black and Brown people, use open source as a methodology for community building, encourage annotation. Annotation promotes education and liability. Speculation. We must empower people to speculate, imagine and play, support Afrofuturism, construct pockets of utopia, nurture glitches and the art of tinkering. Degrowth. We must pause, reuse, repurpose and recycle what we have. Use existing data to positively respond to people's behaviour. Stop to think, question and critique. We are forced to exist between the binary. Therefore, we must learn to thrive here. So that's my first thing. And then, yep, perfect. Look at me running bang on time. I've got another poem thing that I'll read out for you if you'll listen. And as I said, this one covers topics of particularly representation in gaming. So it's called My Thumb Caresses L2 as I Alter Myself Time After Time. It's a poem written by me in the format of a readme. New game, loading. Ambient music and text-based narrative set the tone. Loading. An avatar, slightly bouncing, appears on the screen. Whose avatar? A presumption is made. A male presenting figure stares back at me, bouncing. The instant drive to recreate my body swarms me. Tab after tab of alterations and editing options surround him. My thumbs dance around the controller, considering and selecting. I begin the godly process. The Adam and Eve-like shift from male to female is simulated. A female presenting protagonist is born. I stare back at the third version of myself. There is a strong disassociation between me and my virtual represent. I am defined by a character assumed by someone other to me. Currently a slim, brown-haired, white, female-presenting avatar. I admire her appearance, whilst I take the journey through the interface of modifications. From blush olive through to caramel, sweet dark honey to sweet dark chocolate, the bitter struggle of resisting the categories begins, becoming embodied in countless renditions until I find my sweet spot. Virtually simulating my flesh, my melanin becomes a series of binary numbers, a grouping of tiny brown pixels. The quest through the endless menus continue. Versions upon versions are created. I watch my virtual body shift from slim to fat, and I wonder about an existence beyond the boundaries. I settle for the slim build with tits the size of watermelons. My hair is a collection of ringlets, some moisturized to perfection, some left to create a halo of frizz that surrounds my head. The median length beach hair will have to do this time. Each delicate strand of my tangled mane becomes a block of poorly rendered mush. Eye shape, eye height, eyeliner, eyelash, eye color, cheek inflation, cheekbone height, cheekbone width, cheekbone sharpness, cheek coloring, forehead wrinkle, forehead height, jaw width, jaw angle, chin forward, chin depth, chin circumference. My thumb caresses L2 as I alter myself time after time. Nose height, nose scale, bridge width, bridge length, nostril spacing. A series of scroll bars and selections slowly allow me to regenerate. Like a flower from a bud, I blossom, and Princess Jazmin is born. Oh, thank you so much. I can really feel the atmosphere in the room, actually. Thank you. I really appreciate that round of applause. I really wish I was there. And I'm also super proud of myself for finishing at exactly quarter to. So I'm super happy to take any questions now, and also just really appreciative of the space that y'all have facilitated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jazmin. This was indeed a very warm of applause. I also felt it. Any questions in the room for Jazmin? Some questions here? No? Okay, so people joining online, again, make sure to ask your questions in the chat. Jazmin,
no pressure.
I would like to ask you, because I thought it was super interesting that you made this link between your passion about inclusivity and your choice to work with open source tools. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on how these things are connected for you.
So elaborate more on the relationship between open source tools and what, sorry?
Oh, sorry, and your vision on making creative coding a more inclusive space, or making the tech sector more inclusive.
Yes, for sure. So, you know, often open source has a relationship between free as well. So quite specifically, I think it's important to use free and open source software to begin with, because one of my pet hates is kind of like attending a workshop and learning something and then not being able to access it at home. So again, to go back to my conclusion about my kind of little mission to make cyberspace more inclusive, is through upskilling people and getting them making. And I'm not saying that like software that's not open source and not free isn't relevant. It's important to have that. But I think when you're introducing people into the scene, it's good to make it feel as open as possible. And yeah, I just think open source is super important because it also allows newbies to like play around with existing code. I think there's a lot of shame in kind of using things that are already out there. But I think if the whole industry saw it as a collaborative space instead of a space of ownership and capitalism, again, the space would be more diverse and more inclusive. And actually, really quickly, I think I can expand a little bit and speak about a dilemma. It came about in another talk that I was doing actually for the course. And we were speaking about design and design tools. And obviously I was like, open source, open source, open source. And then a student quite rightfully said, I agree with what you're saying, Jazmin, but at the same time, the design industry demands that we understand at least the Adobe suite. And the Adobe suite is not free or open source. And I think it's something I'm still battling with. I didn't have a direct answer. I think the more people that start to look beyond things like Adobe and start to build their own things and take design and creative computing like beyond these leading kind of dominating softwares, the better, because it challenges them. But at the same time, I'm completely sympathetic towards the fact that like artists need to make money, and sometimes using software like Adobe enables us to do so, which is why I'm not discrediting the existence of these things. I just think in an almost in an activist way, it's also important to resist them.
Thank you so much. Any questions in the room? Yes. You can just mention and I'll repeat it. I think it's maybe better if you come here so that she gets the right words right.
Thank you very, very much for your talk. How do you deal with frustration if you see some of it when you teach with Twine as a tool to make narratives or games?
I almost got that. How do I deal with the frustrations? And then I missed you a bit, but then when I'm leading workshops, right? Just repeat a little bit.
With Twine as a tool to learn to write scenarios and narratives. Sometimes I know that there can be some frustration from the people learning it.
Okay, nice question. So how do I manage basically people getting stuck and wanting to pull the hair out when they're learning to code for the first time, right?
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I love that question, actually. Thank you. Because it's actually something I'm really transparent about. So the first thing is, and I think this question goes beyond Twine. I'm going to speak like quite generally about like running any kind of workshops that include any element of like digital learning. So whether even when it's like 3D modeling, HTML, Twine, whatever. So first of all, before people get stuck, before I even go into code, I say really transparently that this isn't easy. And I think normalizing that is really important. So yeah, just to backtrack a little bit, I'm a strong believer that power and knowledge is gatekept in our community by tech bros that assume knowledge and speak about technology in a really inaccessible way. So I do the exact opposite. First of all, I'm not a tech bro. And second of all, I admit that it's difficult, but without putting people off. I create a safe space that's okay for failure, that's okay for things to debug, that's okay for things not to work. And I also kind of go over the importance of community, often reference p5.js's community, because I think they have a really beautiful community of people that are willing to help, so that if they do get stuck, they don't feel alone. I think often when we think about coders, we have the image of someone sat in their bedroom typing away at 3 a.m. and, you know, nothing going wrong. Realistically, it doesn't look like that. It looks like a community of people that we're constantly learning from and repurposing existing material. And it often looks like us literally wanting to pull our hair out and debugging and trying over and over again and getting angry and smashing our laptops and whatever. And I think being transparent about that, instead of coming across as some professional that just aces everything, is really important. And I'm also really transparent about the fact that I'm no genius. And actually, there's loads of things about code that I don't know, loads of languages that I don't know how to code in. And to be honest, when projects get really complex, I get stuck too. So that's the first thing that I do, is just normalizing the error, basically. And then if people do get frustrated in a workshop in terms of like troubleshooting and how I actually manage that, well, first of all, I'd go over and help them troubleshoot and see if we can solve it together, and then explain and make sure that they understood how I fixed it. Another pet hate of mine, which is, again, absolutely no shade to technicians, but the reason that I can't be one is because often you're expected to just fix something and then, you know, the artist goes back off and does their thing. I think it's, you know, it's really important that people understand what we've fixed, even if we've helped them do it. However, if they're getting really frustrated and I can tell they're not enjoying it, then I'm also quite casual about not participating. Like, as much as I want to, you know, there are some people that just need a bit more of a push. They think they're not going to be able to do it. They have this idea that they won't be able to, and they need a bit more encouragement to get there. But if I can tell someone's really switching off and really not feeling it, again, normalize not doing it then. Like, you know, you don't have to do it. So I think I would just maybe allow them to like work with someone else or do a drawing instead or do something that they like and maybe come back to it later. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Thank you very much on behalf of the person who asked the question. Other questions?
You are welcome. I think we've got like time for one more if anyone's got one, yes. But also
someone
no pressure.
Is walking up here to ask one. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering with what program did you make your presentation in? Because I saw a lot of hyperlinks and I was wondering.
Yeah, it was Twine.
It was Twine. I was wondering what you think of about the hyperlink in our current technical environment, because I feel like it's dying a bit with a lot of big platforms like Facebook and YouTube, where the hyperlink is not the thing that sends you to random pages, as I had the feeling when I was watching your presentation.
Good point, actually. And your question actually made me think about 3D spaces. And how the hyperlink is almost non-existent in them. So like, you know, in VR spaces, VR chat rooms, VR games, like whatever it may be, this idea of the metaverse. I think we are losing hyperlinks. I agree. Is there a new hyperlink? A hyperlink's turning into something else? Maybe. It would be quite interesting to think about the hyperlink as a concept. So maybe because of technical advancements, you know, even though I'm clearly attached to these things, I'm open to them advancing. They will advance, you're right. But I'm thinking about VR for some reason, I guess, because I'm thinking about like, you know, the most kind of the most kind of immersive, like upcoming technology where we might find ourselves, or at least in these like 3D immersive spaces, even if we're accessing them through a browser, maybe hyperlinks, the new hyperlink will be like spaces, entering a space in VR that's connected to another space. So when we think about like pressing the transportation button, you know, could one space link to another space? And I think just like the way that space is traced, maybe if we could take a leaf out of Ted Nelson's book and think about documenting that a little bit better, and like documenting, you know, what information comes from where, that would be cool. Obviously Wikipedia is like hyperlink central, and again, Wikipedia definitely has its problems. It's not the most diverse space, and in terms of like knowledge, it's interesting who chooses to edit Wikipedia, because anyone can, but a lot of people don't. So I'm not saying Wikipedia is unproblematic, but I think the way that it depends on hyperlinks as a means of like redistributing knowledge is really important, and that's why I think that like they are so important. So to summarize and answer your question, in a nostalgic way, I'd be sad if we lose them, but I don't think it's a bad thing if it's a hardware software thing. If we're beyond them but they've turned into something else, I think that could be exciting and cool. But to lose them altogether, I think would be a shame, because I think they're a really interconnected way of spreading information.
I just wanted to say I love your outfit.
Oh, thank you. I wouldn't have the coat on, but it's freezing here. I'm at work, as I said. I've been teaching all day, so I actually don't know where this last burst of energy came from, but I think it's because the room has felt so warm. So I'm actually hot now. But yeah, thank you so much. And I guess like I'll start to close because it's 1 minute to now, and then I'm sure maybe the host like has something to say maybe, but I just wanted to say like a huge thank you for tuning in, and if you're watching the recording, like thank you for taking the time to watch. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the festival because it literally looks incredible. And yeah, if you want to like not in a promotional way, but if you want to like keep up with what I'm doing, Instagram is probably the best way, and my username is ironically Princess Jazmin _art. So yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of this session. We're now going to go into a 15-minute break before going back to the final one. So 15 minutes, and then I see you back.
Vous avez lu l'histoire de Jesse James? Comment il vécut? Comment il est mort? Ça vous a plu, hein? Vous en demandez encore? Eh bien, écoutez l'histoire de Bonnie and Clyde. Alors voilà, Clyde a une petite amie. Elle est belle et son prénom c'est
Bonnie.
À eux deux, ils forment le gang Barrow. Leur nom
Bonnie Parker
et Clyde Barrow.
Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde. Moi, lorsque j'ai connu Clyde autrefois, c'était un gars loyal, honnête et droit.
Il faut croire que c'est la société qui m'a définitivement abîmé.
Bonnie and Clyde. écrit sur elle et moi. On prétend que nous tuons de sang-froid.
C'est pas drôle, mais on est bien obligé
de faire taire celui qui se met à gueuler. Bonnie and Clyde, Bonnie and Clyde.
Chaque fois qu'un policeman se fait buter,
qu'un garage ou qu'une banque se fait braquer,
pour la police ça ne fait pas de mystère.
C'est signé
Clyde Barrow,
Bonnie Parker, Bonnie and Clyde, Bonnie and Clyde.
Maintenant, chaque fois qu'on essaie de se ranger,
de s'installer tranquille dans un meublé,
dans les 3 jours, voilà le tac-tac-tac.
Des mitraillettes qui reviennent à l'attaque. Bonnie and Clyde, Bonnie and Clyde.
Un de ces 4, nous tomberons ensemble. Moi je m'en fous, c'est pour Bonnie que je tremble.
Quelle importance qu'il me fasse la peau. Moi, Bonnie, je tremble pour Clyde Barrow. Bonnie and Clyde, Bonnie and Clyde.
De toute façon, il ne pouvait plus s'en sortir.
La seule solution, c'était mourir.
Mais plus d'un les a suivis en enfer.
Quand sont morts Barrow et Bonnie Parker, Bonnie and Clyde, Bonnie and Clyde.
I seem to think about how all the changes came about my way. And I wonder if I'd see another highway. I had a lover. I don't think I risk another these days. These days. And if I seem to be afraid to live the life that I have made in sorrow, it's just that I've been losing so long. sit on cornerstones and count the time and quarter turns to 10. Please don't confront me with my failures. I had not forgotten them.
Le zénith, convoitant les guinées que leur rapporterait le pillage du fret. Sur la mer de corail au passage de cet appareil, ces créatures non dénuées de raison, ces papous attendent de dénuer la varie de Viscount, celle du comète. Totem n'a jamais pu abattre à leurs pieds ni Boeing, ni même des C4. Ils rêvent de hijack et d'accident. chercheurs naïfs, armés de sarbacane, qui sacrifient ainsi le culte du cargo, en soufflant vers l'azur et les aéroplanes. Où es-tu, mélodie, de ton corps disloqué? Hante-t-il l'archipel que peuplent les sirènes? Ou bien, accroché au cargo, dans la sirène d'alarme, sais-tu, es-tu resté?
Yeah. All right, we're almost gonna start again. So I would like to ask you to return to the seats, to your seats. I must say it's super nice to have all this confetti here. It really makes it appear so much more festive. All right, then I would really like to introduce the final speaker of today, who is with us in person, well, at least for the offline audience here. I would like to welcome Soyun Park, who is a multidisciplinary artist and designer, currently based in The Hague. In her work, she explores how technology is affecting and changing human discourses, from the individual level to politics and communities. Her work takes the form of films, installations, and audiovisual performances that experiment with a variety of new media. She's also a founder of a community-based studio called RGB Dog that has a mission to bridge generations with the creative use of technology. Soyun, may I give you the floor? Please go ahead.
Everyone, I am Soyun Park. Before starting this, I would like to let you know I cough sometimes, but it's not COVID. I got tested, PCR, so don't get too scared. My name is Soyun. I graduated from the Royal Academy of Art, The Hague, and I'm from South Korea, Seoul, and I live in The Hague. Thank you for inviting me here today. I am very happy to be here in person, finally. So I will start my presentation with a little bit of introduction of myself. So like Rosa introduced me a little bit, I'm a multidisciplinary artist working with different mediums. And I'm interested in the relationship between technology and humans, from the level of individual level, which can be like how body movement function or how cognitive decisions are made, and to the societal level, which is like a bigger politics and how policies are made, so on. So my works are appearing in different forms. I will show you a little bit. So for example, this is a cultural project that I got commissioned by City of Vienna to create this AR AR situation designed for the visitors coming to the city hall in Vienna. And something like this, a film installation. This is my graduation work called Wunderkammer 10.0, which I will introduce a little bit more later. And also experimental audiovisual, which appears as a music video. And something like this is stage designed for contemporary sound performance. And they are all made with mostly technological exploration. I use mostly a node-based software called Touch Designer and a lot of different other mediums that I find on the way. So before starting all, I would like to introduce a little bit of my background. So I am from a family in Seoul with constant financial struggles. So the goal of our family was how to live. Like, you have to know what to eat and you have to know how to pay rent. So I was very underexposed to cultural things. That I went to a museum for the first time in my life when I was 18, so it was very late. And my family was like, okay, what are you gonna do? And then as a woman, there is not much of expectation when it comes to jobs. So in my family, for example, so I could, get married to a person who is more stable. And so I had a lot of freedom in my life, actually, which is good. And so I really like drawings. I knew I liked machines. When I was 8, we had a family computer, and whenever it broke, it was my job to fix it for some reason. I had my brother and my father, they didn't know how. And, but then, because I like drawings, I thought, okay, let's go to university, study fine arts. So to study fine arts in South Korea, you have to go through this exam. You see it here. It's almost surreal, right? But it really happens every year. I looked it up this time, and then it was actually happening still. So you sit in a different desk, so you have to draw exactly the same things, but in a way that it's a little bit different from person to person. So what I drew when I had to get into university, it was this. So it was 2009, I had to draw still life. That was one of the exams. So, it's crazy, I think. But then when I got into university, the teacher said, now you have to forget whatever you've done so far. And I was like, why did I have to do this then? Okay, then I got into university, art school. I studied printmaking, so now you will see very naive-looking version of me in front of this printmaking prints. I did some paintings, also printmaking. But then I realized this is not what I want. I really felt lost when I graduated, and I was already like 23 or 24. Now, these days, kids know what to do when they are like 18. Like, I really don't know how. I went to Australia to just escape. I picked up asparagus in the farm for 88 days, because that's how you extend your visa, living in Australia. I met a lot of people there. You know how asparagus grow, by the way? It grows from the ground. So you pick up every morning, and then you pack it up in the factory. And then I also worked in a factory, in a fridge, actually. For 2 years, it's quite a long time. I picked up cheese, milk, so it had to be in the fridge. So it was 4 degrees every day. And then sometimes you have to go into freezer, which is -16. So it was a very hard job. But like the people that I worked with, they were all a similar age of mine, so it was quite fun to do it. In the end of Australia, I got a little job that designing something for university in Melbourne. And then when I was designing, and I thought, this is not what I want to do again, because there was a brand identity already built, which means that you don't have a lot of freedom to do. So that's where I thought, I really want to know the question of like, what is design? What does it do? How does it politically work? How is it used? That's where I decided to go to KBK, the Royal Academy of Art, The Hague. So I moved to the Netherlands from Australia just to study here. And that was a really good choice, I think. We did a lot of graphic making, but also the curriculum there was very critical thinking, so I learned a lot about it. This was one of the exhibitions that we did. Also, a lot of bookmaking. And then at that point I realized, okay, I don't really want to do want to do publication, and I was more into media. So I started to look into how media or computers or technology are affecting humans. And the question made me work with a lot of different mediums. And you see here different small experiments that I did. Video mapping with a touch designer, and this is the GLSL. So it was a very light-hearted approach. But I more and more realized I'm really into technology. This is one of my favorite comedy shows, by the way. It's from the UK. It's called IT Crowd. It's a very, very funny show. But it is very representing, it's about a team, of IT team, just making funny stories. But these two guys are, of course, the programmers or IT guys, and then this one woman is manager, project manager, dealing with the communication. So this is very depicting representation of what programmers or computer guys are. And although I was laughing a lot, and I was wondering, like, why are all programmers men represented in the media? And that question made me make this project called A Collective Booklet for Computational Women. This is an open document project using Google Sheets as a medium. And I asked people to make sheets about computers and their relationship with the machines. This project started with this one photograph, which is called the first Dutch programmable computer. When I was researching in IISG, International Institution of Social History, I found this one photo which was very resonating with me, because it was the first computer and there was a woman next to it. And I researched more into it, and then there were actually a lot of cases that were so like the main subject that I realized was the early computational coders, so they were all women. And then how did it change over time? It was very shocking to me, and I thought, okay, I really want to make a space that women can talk about their love towards computers. So you will see some of the sheets that the people made. This is Valerius. She also participated for me. And this project, I didn't expect that there was a lot of enthusiasm coming to this project. Everyone was so passionate, like everyone having so much fun with just whatever they want to share. And you can see, because it's made with Google Sheets, people were creative with like how they organize, how they design. They actually spent a lot of time on designing different cells. And then, of course, they shared great stories about how they started working with computers and how technology is influencing their practice. So this is one of my favorite. She was sharing with the photo of her daughter. So it was also like generation by generation, and I was very happy to see all this, and it was like flourishing. And this is where I thought, wow, people really need this space. People want to share, and actually we really have to have this space to talk about technology, and technology can be for everyone, not only the people who are represented in the media. So although I work with technology most of the time, I don't see myself as a coder because I think I have quite limited skills. I do HTML, CSS, but it's not programming. I do a little bit of JavaScript. But I've been making projects with programming, so it's quite funny, like how did I do that? So here I would like to emphasize the importance of online communities and sharing knowledge with people. So this is a project that earlier I explained. It was a Wunderkammer 10.0, and this is my graduation work, which is around 30 minutes audiovisual film. With a 3-channel installation. I worked with sound artist and a writer from South Korea. And it's talking about inequality in society and also fragility of map data and shifting politics and the consequences with the perspective of AI. I will show you a title of this film, which is around 1 minute. There is no sound. No audio. What to do? Yeah.
Maybe you can try share it with your own team. Or is this YouTube?
Well, there's no control. Oh, that's very pity because it's audio visual. Let's try. Oh. It doesn't work. Is there audio now? Oh. Oh.
Did I go?
Yeah.
There is a HDMI. Is there no headphone? What's it bad in?
Nee, op mini-jack of koptelefoon.
External headphone.
Huh? Is there headphones?
No, it should be good. Is it?
No. I will show you from the beginning. So as you saw here, I used a lot of maps. It's because our motto of this film was fiction as practice. So we downloaded a lot of maps from reality, which it was scraped from Google Maps, and I created an imaginary city from Google Maps. Oop. And this one, I wouldn't have been able to do it myself. It's actually, there was a really good resource online. It's called Maps Models Importer, and it is made by a French programmer, and he opened it public to the GitHub so everyone can do it. And without this, I wouldn't have done my film. It was really great that I found this way. And also this is open source software called Cloud Compare, which enabled me to change the 3D meshes into points, so I could work in Blender, which is another open source program, to create animation with it. Another thing from the film is because it's made from the perspective of artificial intelligence. There's this part that AI is imagining the future. And then I was thinking how to visualize this because the writer wrote a script and I thought like, okay, what to do with this? And then I thought it makes sense to actually imagine from AI's perspective. So we had this text ready and then I fed the text into text to image. And here you can see what's made.
드디어 그를 만났다. 주위를 두리번거리다 쓰러진 바위 틈을 가리키는 동체. 나는 그 아래로 급히 기어 들어간다. 어두운 통로, 소리의 반영, 고요함. 휘어지고 꺾인 모퉁이와 지하도의 길목이 극도로 뒤얽히며 이어져서 언덕 아래로 수렴된다. 모퉁이를 돌 때마다 그곳으로 향하는 지하 토굴이 나타나고 또 새로이 나타나고 반복된다. 이방인이 되돌아 나갈 길을 잃는 것은 하나의 작은 방이 다음 방으로 그를 이끌 때 자꾸만 길목이 원을 그리거나 격자로 교차되기 때문만은 아니다. 이 공간의 크기가 순전히 너무나 거대하기에 뒤틀린 서킷이 그저 너무 진을 빠지게 하기 때문이기도 하다. 우리 JCB에서도 기지국의 도움을 받아 전파를 차단할 수 있다면, 하지만 이 정막은 견디기가 힘들다. 수영을 하는데 혹은 베개 속으로 파고드는 듯해. 너무나 안락한 침묵. 통로 저 멀리서 빛이 새어나오고 미약한 신호음과 TV 소리가 멀리서 티팟을 부른다. 따라가자 거실과 같은 공간에 도달한다. 은신처의 종착 지점. 우타 티팟과 찻잔이 테이블에 내려놓아진다. 태평함. 소파는 티팟의 몸무게에 눌렸다가 제자리로 돌아오고 찻잔에서 김이 솟아오른다. TV에서 공공주택 보험 광고가 나온다.
현장이 아직도 미래의 이야기로 여겨지십니까? 그저 편안히 거실에 누워 여가 생활을 누리세요. 당신이 좋아하는 재즈 앨범을 들으세요. 목 잡고 노래하세요. 혼자인 게 가장 편안한 순간. 관리비도 전기세도 청구되지 않습니다. 일하지 마세요. 당신의 일이 일을 하도록 두세요. 당신은 지금도 어디론가 향하는 중입니다. 그곳이 당신이 정착할 곳, 당신의 보금자리. 지금 이 순간에도 당신의 동료 2명이 이 광고를 시청합니다. 그들과 이웃이 되세요.
So as you see, a lot of parts, I mean, most of the part is made by AI. I use the VQ gun and clip. I will show it here. Oh, no. I use a lot of Google Colab. It was open for me to use. It was amazing that people open their sources and I could access to this big database, and that's how I use this. So for example, this is a man pointing at a broken rock, and then there was a teapot on the broken floor, and with these materials that I had, I created, of course, compositions, and it was my decision, but I can say it's collaborated with AI. It's housing insurance on TV, and then also Dark Passage. It's quite interesting to see how public insurance is drawn here by clip. That was quite cool. With these two people, and there was some sort of like letters, but yeah, it's not feasible. So if they were not shared publicly, I wouldn't have been able to make this work. So here I appreciate a lot how important the community is. With that mission to share the knowledge in my mind, I create this project called Volumetric Interviews with my community-based studio, RGB Dog. So Volumetric Interviews is to introduce creatives who are building a supportive community with a very positive use of technology. And here you can see how we filmed. It was very low-key. We are like 5 people, very enthusiastic about doing things. And the reason why I chose volumetric technology to capture the interviews and me and the space, it was because I believe that the future of saving memories will be volumetrics, like photography and video, how they evolved. So we did a lot of testing. We used the 3 Kinects 2, which are used for of course Xbox, and now it is used by artists, and it's very cheap, like 40 euros from Marktplatz. So because I had a mission of sharing knowledge, I wanted to share with people how fun it is, and I created also workshops during this live streaming. So we shared how we created it with a touch designer and also Blender. We use a lot of software like Unity, and you can see in the end, this is how we look. You can search it on Google if you would like to watch the episode. Just 1 minute, I will show you this one.
Hi, I'm Soyun. I'm a multidisciplinary artist from a community-based studio, RGB. Volumetric interviews is to introduce creatives building wonderful communities by exploring the positive use of technology. This interview project is experimentation. We explore the medium, which is a volumetric capturing technology, to push the boundaries between reality and digitality. So we have our first guest. His name is Torvald van den Akker. Hello, Torvald.
Yeah, thank you for watching the first thing. I would like to finish this presentation by my next project that I am really excited to share. It's called Fantasia Realism in collaboration with the sound artist Inu Zhang, and it's going to be produced in the residency at III Workspace in The Hague next year. The reason why I wanted to introduce this is also using technology, but using the community-sourced technology. So here you can see Salvador Dali as painting surrealistic paintings. So you might have a gist of what it's going to be. It's going to be exploration of surrealism. In the past, in France, they made surrealistic paintings, and it was interesting how it is made. It was exploring unconsciousness, but to do that, they used a set of rules. It's called automatism. So they wrote like rules, and then they just randomly, or like they try hard to be unconscious about the choosing materials, and we found that there's a connection between big data to this set of rules, because set of rules are coming from reality, and the big data is the data of reality. So what if we explore this part? So we want to use AI as a collaborator for theatrical performance, and it's going to be performed around like 10-20 minutes to the audience, and of course I will also collaborate with programmers and also like public open resources. I will use that, and it's very exciting for me because like the performative aspect of artificial intelligence in this way is not explored by public that much, and also myself, I'm very excited to explore that. So can we present unconsciousness with AI, or can we represent the surrealistic movement with contemporary languages that we have right now? So that is our main questions. So to make this work, I would again need community's knowledge, and myself as a creator, I feel responsible for contributing back to the ecosystem of computational communities, because I get what people made, and to encourage the sharing knowledge, I would also like to contribute with my creation that I used this method for. And finally, I would like to mention that it's great to have this kind of symposium with people from very different backgrounds. So we extend the representation of what programming, what creative coding is. It can be seen in very different ways. I think we have found that today. So I think it is very important to unite. We need to meet up, and we need to talk. We need to share what we learn, what we can do with creative coding, and this is my mission myself. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Soyun, and also for those very inspiring words at the end. You can stay here, and then we're gonna ask some questions. Let me switch to the...
I wonder where it is. Maybe it's here. No?
Yeah, I think it's here. Yeah, great. No. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. So now I also have the online questions here, if they appear. So, first question I'd like to ask, am I in the line now? Hear better? Okay. I heard that it was sort of a ghost the last time, so let's not go there. What I found really cool about your talk is how also your openness about sort of your struggle to really find your way into becoming a visual designer and artist. And you said it took me quite a while to get there. So if you could give your younger self at a time when you were really searching for that a piece of advice, or also people who are maybe now struggling to know that, what would it be?
So I think my younger self was very not exposed to these representations. Like I mentioned before, I've never seen a woman or anyone other than men doing programming. And nobody told me that I can do that too. So in my head, it was not there at all. Like I didn't know that I could do it. And that was important for me to know. I think if I look back and if I reproduce, if I make child, I mean, then I will definitely tell them that it is possible. And I get questioned a lot, like from many people, how do I start and how do I do this? And I will say, just do it. Like, just do it. Like, I think it's very not easy, but I would love to be the representation of the younger generation. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions right now in the room here? Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering what your thoughts are on using Google services, because you were mentioning using Google Colab and Google Sheets, but also the importance of community-based and open source software. And I'm at the point that I am usually, or I'm more and more conflicted about using Google services, but it's also very accessible. And that balance, or like, what do you choose in a situation like this, or like, how do you feel about using Google?
Just before you answer, I'm just going to repeat the question very briefly for the online audience. So the question was about the use of Google services and sort of the tensions and struggles related to that.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of my biggest conflicts at the moment. Like the Google Sheets, I used it because everyone knows about Google Sheets, but there are alternatives that you can use. And also Google Colab, I haven't found any other resources that I can use this hyper expensive GPU for free. And of course, myself, I try to be away from Google most of the time, but I have this guilty pleasure also at the same time. I have a Google Home at home. It's so embarrassing, but I have it. So I think myself try to get away from this. That's it. Find alternative to Gmail or YouTube. I use a lot of YouTube, but slowly getting away from Google Zone. But I gotta say, Google Colab is so great, and I hope it's a gateway for people who can start with, and then they can choose what to use in the future. Yeah, that's my hope. Let's be conscious about Google.
Other questions in the room? I'm just going to check here. All right. Something I would like you to expand a bit on is the RGB project RGB Doc project that you're doing. What was the motivation for starting that project?
Actually, it started from a lot of questions about technology. They asked me as if I'm a god of technology. I really am not. Like all this question about 3.js or P5.js, I really don't know how to code. And the thing is, there are a lot of accessible ways to cope with this if you don't have the skill and then learn it. So I wanted to introduce the way for people to really get it started. They don't have to know, like I really don't know much at all. But I can still make work with the technology. So that was my motivation, to share with the community and talk about it and to create a space where people safely experiment. And that was my motivation.
And where do you see it going in the future? Do you have any concrete plans?
Good question. Yeah, well, volumetric interviews is for 4 episodes right now. It is planned, and the next episode will be with. I didn't tell anybody yet. Please keep a secret. Next interviewee will be hackers and designers. It is confirmed from Amsterdam. They are also building amazing community with. People from all over the world. They experiment and they share the knowledge with people, and we are interviewing them, thankfully, and very excited about that. So I hope this goes on and appear in different sort of projects, and perhaps I will have to do better documentation.
We got a preview here as well, sort of an announcement. That's very nice. So another question. Has to do with sort of you seem to switch tools a lot, right, in your practice. And I've heard throughout the day the word frustration a lot. Mm-hmm. Is there some frustration related to that, or is it for you more a motivation or inspiration that comes from this switch of tools?
It doesn't frustrate me at all. I choose Medium because I need it for my work, not because of the technology, for the sake of technology. Of course, I get very, very motivated by learning new technology, but I use it because I need it for my concept. And in that case, it can't be one, just sticking to one, because every time I work on a different project. So I'm very excited to learn in this way, and that's one of the most excitements that I have.
It's also nice to hear no frustration, mostly excitement.
Yeah.
Any more questions? I'm gonna take another look here. Now is really the last time to ask them. Then I'd like to ask, I think, a final question about the a collective booklet for computational women. I thought it was a super inspiring project because it's really about visibility and making that visible. And you said that you got very enthusiastic responses also to the project. Mm-hmm. Could you share some of these responses? Or is there one in particular that you remember, or like a nice comment that you made, or that really felt stuck with you?
Yeah, I really liked it when people made personal connections by looking at the sheets, because you see a lot of stories of their personal stories. So there was this one case that the head of department of mine at KVK, she was looking through these sheets, and then she asked one of the participants, who is Valerie, again, she invited her to the workshop at KVK. So this connection in the physical world, it was made in these sheets, and that was very surprising to me, and it made me very happy. So people here today, I hope, if you are interested, please add the sheets there. It's called, I think it's tiny.cc/computational women. So if you're interested, please have a look. There are lots of beautiful sheets.
And I think if you didn't catch that right away, you can probably find it via the Iterations website as well, I'm sure. All right, thank you so much, Soyun.
Thank you very much. You must be hungry.
And that brings us to the end of today's program. I myself thought it was very exciting. What are some of your thoughts? Nice. I like it. All right, then I would like to thank the organizers, Vera, Fabian, everybody who helped to make this wonderful event happen today. I would like to thank you in the audience here in Amsterdam, also the people joining us online. And then there's another amazing program tomorrow, so I hope to see you there as well. Have a good night.